This is 98.9 DYUP Sugbo, the official campus radio of the University of the Philippines, Cebu. DYUP Sugbo operates 3 hours and 30 minutes daily and is streamed online on DYUP Sugbo, our official Facebook page, and on DYUP Sugbo, UP Cebu's YouTube channel. Our radio booth is located in the radio room of the College of Communication, Art and Science undergraduate building at the University of the Philippines, Cebu, Burordo Avenue, Lahore, Cebu City. DYUP Sugbo is operated and maintained under the management of Gwyneth Antinga, Station Manager, along with Gabriel Emmanuel Sulamo, Assistant Internal Station Manager, and Rain Isabel Pilizarta, Assistant External Station Manager. DYUP Sugbo is technically managed by its technical committee under the supervision of Caleb Josh Berandoy and Yeda Marie Lambuhon. The technical heads, DYUP Sugbo's programs are produced and curated by the programming committee under the supervision of Franz Pauline Aberilla and Jared Owen Eagle, the programming heads. DYUP Sugbo's official Facebook, Instagram, X, TikTok, YouTube, and Spotify accounts are run by the publicity committee under Steffi Erika Gakit and Stephen Cuevas, the publicity heads. DYUP Sugbo's records and documents are managed by Patricia Llagas, Secretary. DYUP Sugbo's Executive Committee, Technical Committee, Programming Committee, and Publicity Committee are under the supervision of Sir Maurice J.T. Villaester, DYUP's advisor. DYUP Sugbo 98.9, Kaoban Nimo, is now signing on.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang mag-ibig, helas ng sinakanan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyag ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisingil, sa nagagang tutok sa simoy at sa langit mong pagaw, ay hinagang tulang awit sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na
stopping now. Can you hear the beat blasted out? Tune in here for a great surprise. Ride the airwaves and come realize.
There's a lot to learn and much to see. Don't be updated here in UPC. Turn your radio on and find your way. DYUP's here to save the day.
DYUP, kakubali mo. You will never be alone. Bringing you the hottest, latest in the zone. DYUP, kakubali mo. DYUP, kakubali mo. You will never be alone. Bringing you the hottest, latest in the zone. DYUP, kakubali mo.
If the world's heavy, don't give up. Raise your voice, find and do not stop.
Yes, we hear you, you are not alone. Radio's not dead, yes, we are on.
DYUP, kauban nimo.
Bisan asa man kamo ato, music o balita nga bago.
Adi akini paras imo, maskin ikaw lang usa.
Daghan o bisag asa.
DYUP di kabyaan, andam kang pagsilbihan.
There's a lot to learn and much to see. Come be updated here in UPC. Turn your radio on and find your way. DYUP's here to save the day.
DYUP, kakubali mo. You will never be alone. Bringing you the hottest, latest in the zone. DYUP, kakubali mo. DYUP, kakubali mo. You will never be alone. Bringing you the hottest, latest in the zone. DYUP, kakubali mo.
Kaubani mo.
Kaubani mo, kaubani mo, DYUP, kaubani mo.
Ibaw ba ka? Ako paning tong gihapon sa kakulba kung magkitatang duha. Pasensya ko, italaw ko gamay. Wala pa ko'y buot ato maong sayo ko nibigay. Ubus ra kong tanaw sa akong kaugalingon. Nahadlok kong muris gumaong sa damgo na lang na kontento. Pero namasin ko, basin pwede pa puhon. Magpabagas akong naong para masulti ko kanimo ang ako. Gitago nga pagbati, naglaong gihapon kong unta. Adun na pa'y sunod nga higayon. Namasin ko gihapon. Kaibaw ba ka? Murag mahugno ang kalibutan pagkahibaw ko nga nakauyab na ka. Apan nagpabilin ka sa akong huna-huna. Kung pahilakon gani kaniya, andam kong musagkop nimo. Wala yun ako damha, wala di ay mo magdugay. Mahinumdum mo
pa ang mga kaaging milabayog. Dili ko gustong magpahimulos, nagayo pa ka sa kaugalingon.
Live on air from the University of the Philippines Cebu Radio Booth in service of the people. This is 98.9 DYUP Sugbo, Kaubali mo.
Maayong adlaw, UP Cebu. I am Caleb Berandoy.
I'm Gab Solamo.
You're listening to
Sayayo, UP Cebu, the beat of campus, the pulse of news.
For the headlines.
93-1 beneficiaries seek action from Cebu City Council.
Karapatan urges government cooperation on ICC's probe into Duterte's drug war.
Alipato at Muog UP Cebu screening advocates for human rights justice.
UP Cebu players shine as part of Team East in 2024 Safi All-Star game lineup.
One Direction reunites in Liam Payne's funeral.
Alright, today is Friday, November 22, 2024. Time check, it is now 10:36 in the morning. Good morning, no, mga eskwela ng bayan. And to all our listeners online and on demand, and also to you, Gab. And sa tanang na nagtanaw sa ato ang live stream sa Facebook and YouTube.
Right, good morning sa akong fellow anchor, no? And of course, to everyone, congratulations for making it through this week. It's been such a tough week, I guess, for most people kasi pa-end na tong SEM, no? And we've been eagerly preparing for these last 3 weeks
of school, no?
Yes.
No, and kaning no tinuod gyud Gab, no, nagka-daghan na gyud ang buhatunon, and no, I hope nga naka-keep up ra ang tanan, no, with all the academic responsibilities, all the requirements nga ipanghatag sa tuwa. So last 3 weeks na lang gyud, and makapahuway na gyud ta tanan, makabakasyon na ta with our loved ones, and no, yeah, so I hope sad nga so good na magtuon di sa finals ninyo.
Yes, no, kay padulong na jud ta sa pag-end sa atong semester. And so, hopefully mga isko igiska, let's finish this week on a good note.
Now on to our top stories for today. 93-1 beneficiaries seek action from Cebu City Council. Occupants of lots under Cebu Provincial Ordinance 93-1 appealed to the Cebu City Council to address their long-standing grievances during an executive session last Wednesday, November 13. The session tackled a memorandum of agreement for a transitional housing project to be built in the North Reclamation areas, Block 27, which the City Council clarified is no longer city-owned. Councilor Nestor Arquival said the city had transferred titles for 93-1 lots back to the province, and in return, the province turned over several city-owned lots. However, he noted that the province had since revoked the agreement, complicating the land swap deal made in 2016. Emily Malto, president of 93-1 movement, accused the council of turning a deaf ear to their pleas for secure land tenure over the past 2 decades, despite a deed of donation executed in 2018. She urged councillors to set aside politics and prioritize the welfare of over 25,000 affected residents in 11 Cebu City barangays. Council said discussions are ongoing to resolve the issues and ensure proper implementation of agreements.
For the national news, Karapatan urges government cooperation on ICC's probe into Duterte's drug war. The human rights group Karapatan has cancelled on the government to cooperate with the International Criminal Court's investigation into alleged human rights violations during former President Rodrigo Duterte's drug war. The group issued this statement after the Department of Justice announced on November 18 that it is considering the filing of charges against Duterte for violations of international humanitarian law. Cristina Palabay, Secretary General of Karapatan, stated that the ICC has been investigating extrajudicial killings related to the drug war since 2018. She warned that ignoring this investigation would delay justice for victims' families and could open the process to manipulation. Karapatan is now urging the DOJ to reassess its priorities, cooperate fully with the ICC probe, and pursue accountability for IHL violations under the current and previous administrations.
For more local news, Alipato at Moog screens at UP Cebu. Janika has the news.
The film directed by J.L. Burgos recounts the abduction of his brother, Jonas Burgos, and the cast for truth behind his disappearance. Alipato at Moog had previously sparked controversy when it was initially rated X by the MTRCB, barring it from public exhibition. Critics of the rating argued that the decision undermined freedom of expression and the public's right to engage with socially relevant narratives. Following appeals and a second review by a 5-member board committee, the film was reclassified to R16. Proceeds from the event will support human rights campaigns, including Surface Desaparecidos and Free All Political Prisoners. J.L. Burgos described the screening as an act of courage, with a packed audience participating in the event. Alipato at Moog, a Cinemalaya Jury Award winner, continues to amplify calls for the justice in cases of enforced disappearances and political imprisonment. Jeannie Calukyas, DYUP Sugbo, kauban nimo.
Hoy Grace, stress man kay katanawon, okay ra ka?
Lagi? Lily Faith ba? Na-overwhelmed jud ko sa akad, sa family. Ako ra pa jud sa dorm. Life has been troublesome.
Taon pud sa akong beshi, uy. Kasuway nakag-talk ana with someone. Mental health is really important, you know?
Oo, pero how ka ba asa mo start? Plus, napad yung stigma around it.
Lagi. Maunang sugda na tugsulo nga part pud ang mental health sa atong overall well-being.
Unsang man ako pagsugod?
Daghan og resources nga pwede nimo maduulan. Parihas anang community centers, hotlines, og support online. You don't have to go through this alone.
Sakto jud ka, Faith. Sa mga panahon nga di ta kabarog, maybe it's time to take that step and reach out.
End the stigma, speak your mind, and will mind what you speak.
You're listening to Sai Ayo UP Cebu, your daily dose of fresh news and updates. Explore the heart of UP Cebu and beyond its commitment to bringing relevant and timely information. Stay in the know with Sai Ayo UP Cebu, the beat of campus, the pulse of news.
Kahit nasa trabaho si nanay at si tatay, hindi ako nalulungkot. Hindi rin ako nagugutom kasi kasama kita, Lola. Bago umalis si nanay para magtrabaho, nagiiwan muna siya ng breast milk niya para maibigay mo sa akin, Lola, pag nagutom ako. Pati pagkain may nakahanda na rin. Minsan nga ikaw rin po ang nagluluto para sa akin. At syempre, naglalaro rin tayo. Lola, bukas po ulit, ha?
Alright, so hello everyone. Mayong buntag UP Cebu, mayong buntag eskolars ng bayan. No? I am Rain Isabel Filazarta. I am the current producer, one of the current producers of Sai Ayo UP Cebu. Of course, unfortunately, we don't have here Jeremy, but she is also one of the backbone of Sai Ayo.
Alright, so grabe no, it's been such a wonderful 50 days so far of broadcast of Sai Ayo nga. Nasugakod yun siya og 50 days and
Yes.
Speaking of how fast the days are, of course, nandiyan na yung mga challenges. So, producer Rain, what challenges do you face as a sophomore student, right? Sophomore student balancing academics and your role as a producer for DYUP Sugbo's daily news program?
Well, there really are challenges, of course, in producing a radio program and also your academics. And I think major challenge good is really kind of trying to utilize all the manpower that we have, because as a daily news program, we really have to deliver all the fresh and like pinaka recent nga news, no? And honestly, I'd like to highlight more the struggles of the people behind Sayayo Gyud, because our reporters, our anchors here, these two really are like the backbone of the program. Kaya honestly, it's not just the producers who are struggling, of course, in balancing, but also, of course, we have to recognize the people that are really manning the entire program. That's with our technicals, our graphics. Everyone really is like, I'm very proud of everyone. Kay amidst all these challenges, kay they're able to really produce such a beautiful program nga amo gyud na sugakod og kita ato na sugakod nga buhi gyud siya, bahalag na apay bagyo, bahalag walay klase. We were able to really deliver news to our eskolars ng bayan.
Yes, so very true. On behalf of the SAIO team, we'd like to express that sincere appreciation sa inyo, Jeff, our wonderful producers, for being the backbone of SAIO. Although team effort ng teacher ng SAIO, kamo gito pa ang guide na mo na ang kumabutan na ako very thankful nga na. So enough sa kaoy nga. Also, as the current, as one of the current producers sa SAIO, how is the structure, organization, or overall dagan man sa SAIO for the semester? And also, ba yung mga say mga achievements so far this semester?
Well, I'd like to speak on behalf of Jeremeno, because she really did organize how we will structure the entire program before we even started broadcasting for the semester. And really, plakado gyud siya, but of course, like every other program, there are lapses, and we do recognize that, and we still try to kind of kanang ato gali solusyonan ang mga problems. But nevertheless, currently kay we really have scheduling prior to the broadcast, kay naka-schedule na ang entire thing. And of course, although namang yung mga mawala sometimes because of academic work, so we try as much as possible nga isalo ang ilang work, and of course kanang be there for the people who are struggling inside the program. Kay of course, at the end of the day, kita-kita ra gyud ang maning kamot, just of course to deliver the fresh news in UP Cebu. And of course, we also have flexible deadlines, because we have to consider nga we are students first before we became journalists. So of course, i-prioritize gyud nato ang ato pagka-eskolar ng bayan. And as per the achievements, I'm very happy, of course. It's an achievement to have our 50th episode, and of course kanang nakasugakod ta nga maka-cover gihapon bahalag nanay mga bagyo kada I recently mentioned earlier. And of course, we were able to bring news reports sa ato mga special events as well. But of course, that's a whole DYUP achievement set. So I'm very happy no nga we were able to hone these reporters and anchors, of course, here in Sayayo UP Cebu.
Alright, so I agree niyo nga maka-proud gyud kayo ang mga achievements, and even the structures and everything nga kanang masolusyonan gihapon siya despite the struggles. And so speaking of those things, what are your aspirations for the program's growth and impact in the future?
Well, of course, as much as possible. Right now, we are trying to, fill in the lapses from the previous semesters, and I think with the guest list, having more guests here in Sayayo, and of course, amplifying the voices of the students, their achievements, in current endeavors. Kay yes, nahatagan nato sa nga nga platform, and further on, kay we want to improve, of course, and hopefully mabisaya na nato ang ato news program to cater to more Cebuanos, of course. Ang ato mangyud tumong diri kay magpalanog og mga boses sa Katalingban. And so we really want to kanang try to convert and transition to Bisaya news, and of course more manpower hopefully soon here in Sayayo, so that we will be able to kind of bring more and better news for everyone.
Yes, no? Alright, so also daghan we have look forward next semester in the future, and in the future in general for Sayayo. So very a lot of exciting news here by our producer. And also anang congratulations yun on the...
Congratulations to us.
And once again, thank you for joining us today here in Ayo.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone dyan sa tanang...
Thank you for having me
tanan
as
sa
well.
Sayayo. Right. Now for the latest updates in sports. UP Cebu players shine as part of Team East in 2024 Sisafi All-Star Game lineup. Francine Chavez has the victory story.
The Cebu Schools Athletic Foundation Incorporated announced the rosters for the 2024 All-Star Basketball Game set to take place on Sunday, November 24 at the Cebu Coliseum. The All-Star Game will be participated by the top-performing players of each campus, who were grouped into two competing teams, East and West. UP Cebu's JZ Dizon, AJ De Los Reyes, Matt Flores, and Kent Joshua Cabanlit will represent the Fighting Maroons as members for the Team East. These talented players will join forces with other top athletes from the league in a highly anticipated showdown, including Kent Ivo Salarda, Jim Paul Amistoso, Ivan Clark Alsola, Raul Gentalan, and Froilan Maglasang of the UV Green Lancers, as well as Elmer E. Chavez, Felvic Dorado, and AJ Calizar of the USJR Jaguars, and Paulo Dalumpines, Keaton Taburnal, and Earl Laniton of the CRMC Mustangs. Mga Escolars, let's show our support and root for our Maroons as they represent the UP spirit in the All-Star Game. Francine Chavez, DYUP Sugbo, kauban nimo. The Cebu Schools Athletic Foundation Incorporated announced the rosters for the 2024 All-Star Basketball Game set to take place on Sunday, November 24 at the Cebu Coliseum. The All-Star Game will be participated by the top-performing players of each campus, who were grouped into two competing teams, East and West. UP Cebu's JZ Dizon, AJ De Los Reyes, Matt Flores, and Kent Joshua Cabanlit will represent the Fighting Maroons as members for the Team East. These talented players will join forces with other top athletes from the league in a highly anticipated showdown, including Kent Ivo Salarda, Jim Paul Amistoso, Ivan Clark Alsola, Raul Gentalan, and Froilan Maglasang of the UV Green Lancers, as well as Elmer E. Chavez, Felvic Dorado, and AJ Calizar of the USJR Jaguars, and Paulo Dalumpines, Keaton Taburnal, and Earl Laniton of the CRMC Mustangs. Mga Escolars, let's show our support and root for our Maroons as they represent the UP spirit in the All-Star Game. Francine Chavez, DYUP Sugbo, kauban nimo.
For the recap,
93-1 beneficiaries seek action from Cebu City Council.
Karapatan urges government cooperation on ICC's probe into Duterte's drug war.
Alipato at Muog UP Cebu screening advocates for human rights justice.
UP Cebu players shine as part of Team East in 2024's Safi All-Star Game lineup.
One Direction reunites in Liam Payne's funeral.
Alright, those were the top stories for today's broadcast.
Mga kauban, 34 days to go na lang, Pasko na.
Yes, no, nagka-duol na gud Gab, and once again, no, congratulations on the 50th episode na to mga kauban here in sa UP Cebu, and hopefully padayon pa mo paminaw o tanaw na mo diri sa Sayayo for the latest news and updates sa sulod man sa eskwelahan or sa international and national and local scene.
Alright, so once again, this has been Gab Solamo
and Caleb Brandoy.
Thank you
for listening to Sayayo UP Cebu,
the beat of campus, the pulse of news.
You've been listening to 98.9 DYUP Sugbo, Kauban Nimo. Fifi.
DYUP Kauban Nimo.
Kung ako lang ang magbuod sa dagang sa panahon, papason ko ang ibuok na tuwig naming labay. Kung ako lang ang masunod, balikon ko ang tanan. Sawa pa ang kasakit ko, kayukot nga na ang kinsay na damay ani ng tagaroon. Apan nagpadayon, bahala na baha, linog man o bagyo, padayon yun ang Pasko. Kay di ka bunang kasadya, masking asa ato, padayon yun ang Pasko. Huwag makapagan sa panglao, padayon lang ihapon at Pasko. Untaw mapuhon-puhon, makatagay ng balikbay. Makita tas dakong bato, ug dito maginang samtang magpaamon sa hayag na bungkay. Wala na ni uli ay bahala na baha, linog man o bagyo, padayon yun ang Pasko. Kay di ka bunang kasadya, masking asa ato, padayon yun ang Pasko. Huwag makapagan sa panglao, padayon nga ihapon. Atong pagkaon, di malaw yun lang ang makahigayon. Padayon ihapon. Bahala ng baha, linog man o bagyo, padayon yun ang Pasko. Kay di ka pungan kasadya, maski asa ato, padayon yun ang Pasko. Bahala ng baha, linog man o bagyo, kay di ka pungan kasadya, maski asa ato. Huwag makapagod sa panglao, padayon lang ihapon. Padayon lang ihapon. Atong Pasko, atong Pasko.
Una mong huyab sa pagmata, wa pa kay uyab apan wa na, mapugni mong gibati pagkagabi. Unsa ba kahaang nainom, ug giyon sa ni
nag-drive sa atong grab, ayaw ug lapas sa banilad. Ang nag-drive sa atong grab, murarabag anad mangilad.
Poems, short stories, and all things literature. Serving you literary delights. Storybites, bite-sized tales, endless possibilities.
Good morning and welcome to another episode of Storybites, where we give you bite-sized delights of poems, short stories, and all things literature. For this episode, we will be talking about iconic breakup letters. The first work is Edith Wharton's letter to W. Morton Fullerton, to be read by yours truly, Nat. The second work is Anais Nin's letter to C.L., Lanny Baldwin, to be read by Al. And last but not the least, a letter to Carl, the fine arts boy, is going to be read by Gab. So sit back and enjoy as we delve into these poignant literary pieces about love and separation. I have been back 3 days and seem not to exist for you. I don't understand. If I could lean on some feeling in you, a good and loyal friendship if there's nothing else, then I could go on, bear things, write and arrange my life. Now, tossed perpetually between one illusion and another by your strange, confused conduct of the last 6 months, I can't any longer find a landmark. I don't know what you want or what I am. You write to me like a lover. You treat me like a casual acquaintance. Which are you? What am I? Casual acquaintance, no, but a friend, yes. I've always told you I foresaw that solution and accepted it in advance. But a certain consistency of affection is a fundamental part of friendship. One must know what to hold on to. And just as I think we have reached that stage, you revert abruptly to the other relation and assume that I have noticed no change in you, and that I have not suffered or wondered at it, but have carried on my life in serene insensibility until you choose to enter again suddenly into it. I have borne all these inconsistencies and incoherences as long as I could, because I love you so much, and because I am so sorry for things in your life that are difficult and wearing. But I have never been capricious or exacting. I have never, I think, added to those difficulties, but have tried to enlighten them for you by a frank and faithful friendship. Only now a sense of my worth, and sense also that I can bear no more, makes me write this to you. Write me no more such letters as you sent me in England. It is a cruel and capricious amusement. It was not necessary to hurt me thus. I have had a difficult year, but the pain within my pain, the last turn of the screw, has been the impossibility of knowing what you wanted for me and what you felt for me. At a time when it seemed natural that if you had any sincere feelings for me, you should see my need of an equable friendship. I don't say love because that is not made to order, but the kind of tried tenderness that old friends seek in each other in difficult moments of life. My life was better before I knew you. That is, for me, the sad conclusion.
Poems, short stories, and all things literature. Serving you literary delights. Storybites, bite-sized tales, endless possibilities.
Good morning and welcome to another episode of Storybites, where we explore literature's most poignant reflections and thought-provoking narratives. Today's theme is Lives Unlived, exploring life's branching possibilities and roads not taken in literature. We'll dive into 3 pieces that beautifully illustrate the weight of choices and the lives we might have led if we had made different decisions. These pieces include In Another World, My Mother Isn't a Mother, by Haley Grace, to be narrated by Gab. Esther's Fig Tree Analogy from The Bell Jar by Sylvia Plath, to be narrated by yours truly, Nat. And If I Had Three Lives by Sarah Russell, to be narrated by Nat. Each piece will be read by a different speaker, taking us through different lives, dreams, and untrodden paths. Sit back and immerse yourself in these poetic journeys through unrealized dreams and branching possibilities.
In another world, my mother does not become a mother. She doesn't meet my dad, or at the very least, she never falls in love with him. Instead, she goes to a college out of state, pursues her dream of becoming a nurse, and travels the world in her free time. She takes photos in France, tries new foods in Tokyo, and maybe even adopts a dog, a 4-year-old golden retriever named Sparky, who sees the world with her. She never has to wonder about the what-ifs in life because she is too busy living it. In another world, I do not exist, but my mother gets to live, not just survive. I am the product of my parents. Their DNA is infiltrated throughout my body. My mother's heart, my father's eyes, my mother's sadness, my father's rage, their qualities rooted inside of me even as I grow up. My feet are cemented to the ground. I can't escape. I can't escape this. I can't escape them. And that was In Another World, My Mother Isn't a Mother by Haley Grace. So, what did you think about this prose poem, or is it more of just a prose?
It's deep, like very, very deep. I feel like it's one of those pieces that when you after you read it, you start to question your life, not just your life, like maybe your mother or your father's life. I think particularly in this piece, it's the mother's life. So when I read this, I was like, wow. Like we tend to forget that parents are also in their first life. Like we tend to criticize them into saying na, oh, why can't you be like this? Why can't you be like that? But then when we think of it, they have their own lives and it's their first time being a parent, and we don't know all the lives they could have lived if they didn't have us.
I think my take on this piece is it really makes us think of the sacrifices that our mothers or or parents really have made throughout the years. You know, like instead of say pursuing their dreams, like pursuing a dream job perhaps, or maybe they're a doctor but they just really wanted to do business their entire life, but they can't do that because they can't risk that because you need the finances to for your family to survive. And so I think this is what the piece is really trying to say nga kanang there is so many things that your parents could have been, but yet they chose to be your parents still. And that makes me extra grateful, I guess, for my mother and my father.
It reminds me of the film Everything Everywhere All at Once. Like there's this part of the film where Evelyn, the main character, and her daughter Joy, they have like an emotional argument. And then basically if you haven't watched the film, it's not really a spoiler at this point.
It's okay. The film is so famous and a lot
So,
of stuff posted online.
Basically, the premise of this film is that Evelyn goes to different universes. Like she goes to live different versions of herself, and in that other universe, she's more successful. She's happier. She gets to do the things she wants instead of her normal life, which is basically being a laundry shop owner. And in that part of like the emotional argument, I remember Joy, the daughter of Evelyn, saying something about like it's not code by code, but it's something about like how like why do you even want to be with me? You could go and live your life in different dimensions and be the person you actually want to be. So why do you even care about me? And then Evelyn says something about like how, well, sure, I can live that life, but I want to spend it with you. And it's just like, when I read this poem, like I thought, it reminded me of that scene. So it's really deep. Like this poem, oh no, this prose rather, this piece is just, it's sad, and at the same time, it makes you really think.
I feel like for me, it goes back to the sacrifices that our parents made. They chose to do this for you instead
Mhm.
of pursuing the things that they could have been pursuing because of their love for diba, for their children, which I think is what the poem is trying to say. And it also makes me feel like karon nga kanang magunahon na labit ako nga kanang to be more considerate siguro
Yeah.
sa tong parents nga to also understand where they're coming from.
Yeah.
Because were there any moments in your life nga kanang makita na yung parents nga kanang they're really good at something, or kanang
Yeah.
you kind of get the feeling that they want to do this but they never really got to do that.
Yeah. Like there's this TikTok thing about like dad lore or mom lore.
Oh, what is that? Sige daw, enlighten us.
Okay, so basically there's this thing on TikTok or like the internet in general where people basically, like for example like me, let's say I tell a story on TikTok about like how, guys, I just experienced this random thing, and then like very epic thing ba, and then I post that, and then people would say, oh, the dad lore or the mom lore would go so well for you, like just imagine your future children hearing about that experience.
Okay.
Like I think it connects to the point that we need to remember that our parents are also people. Like they lived lives before we were here, and for this poem, this piece, I keep forgetting saying poem. For this piece, it's basically like a reminder that they're not just our mothers or our fathers. They're more than just parents. Like they have like certain hobbies that we probably get shocked not to, like for example, wala ka kabalo na, oh, my mother's good at crocheting man di ay. And I didn't know that. Like murag ana gani, like you get so shocked, like you as you grow up, like you learn more about your parents to basically stop labeling them as parents lang. Not that there's any problem with that, but like not just as a parent figure, but also a person, an individual who's like separated from like the concept of parents, who has more to offer than just being a parent. Yeah.
Also, I think in this piece, no, it's very interesting because Kaylee Grace chose to really specify that it's a mother.
Yeah.
And for me lang, kung take lang dyan na is, maybe it's because siguro sa una gid nga mga panahon, women tend to have very limited opportunities.
Yeah.
And almost usually they go into domestic like households,
Yes.
like domestic tasks. And so I think no, if ako si Hailey Grace, maybe si Hailey Grace kay kanang maybe she saw her mother being this housewife, and maybe her mother went to college, and then after going to college her mother chose to marry and then and had a family, but then maybe Hailey Grace noticed that her mother is really good about this certain thing but had to sacrifice that because of the social context surrounding during that time, that women tend to have smaller opportunities or limited opportunities compared to men. And now we compare and contrast it to our current time. Although there's still some biases towards women and other minority groups. We do think I personally think mas daghan ang opportunities karon, mas open siya. So kana lang even now looking at my mother, who's been working for so many years until hantud baguhay lang siya ni-retire a couple of years ago, makakita na ko nga kanang I want her to really enjoy her life right now nga kanang wala na siya nagtrabaho bitaw, like to do things that she really want. So currently she's engaging in a business that she's interested in. So I'm happy for her
Yeah.
because at least it's something that she've always wanted to do.
Yeah.
Yan na siya nga vibes ako na nakuha sa piece.
And as what you said, it's very unfortunate that even until now, like there are still a lot of cases na kanang the mother is expected to be the parental figure, like the main parental figure for like as a caregiver jud. Like even in like the context of media, when you look at advertisements, let's say it's an advertisement about cleaning or an advertisement for like baby food or diapers, it's mostly the mothers being featured in that. And then kanang they're rarely given the opportunity to branch out of that label as a mother, not mother lang, but like as a mother, because it because when they do try to separate themselves from the label of being a mother, people would say, oh, that's not a good mother. Kanang it's very like there's always a negative view of when a mother tries to go out and try to pursue her dreams, at the same time be a mother to her children. Okay, sometimes she would be labeled as neglectful or kanang, what about your duties as a mother? Kanang, you need to focus on this one, because if you don't, if you'll be a working mom, quote unquote working mom, you'll be missing out on your children. They won't be able to grow up as better as
Mapabayaan.
Ana murag daghan siya kaayo, like even in films you could see it, like katong sa the movie na Anak, di ba?
Yes.
If the Vilma Santos character went to Hong Kong, was it? I'm not sure. I think. Yeah, but even though like she was still caring for her children in a different way, like caregiving still with the like basically providing the money, she was seen as neglectful. And I just hate how that's still a thing.
Yeah, I think karon it's important to be talking more about these kinds of kanang mga stereotypes, and also acknowledging that raising children, it's not just the one parent. It's a partnership. For in most cases, it's a partnership between the wife and the father, and I think fathers also have or should exert more effort in taking care, diba? Because kana importante po just sa growth sa children.
Now, have you ever wished that your mother or your parent basically pursued her ambitions before becoming a mother? Like, has that thought ever crossed your mind?
Yeah, karon nga college ko nga kanang murag kato lagi kam, because she retired na just a few years back. Murag naka-realize ko nga karon nga wala ni buhatan ako mama. Unsa naman, di wala siya trabaho ba, so doon siya sa balay. So what then? Like what's next for her?
Yeah.
She's not preoccupied in doing something now, and both of my siblings have jobs now, so she doesn't necessarily have to work, you know. But yeah, there were times good nga makita na ko akong mama nga kanang I think she could have been someone else. One time I asked her, kuan jud nimo ma kanang dream gyud nimo ang mahimong she was a graduate of accountancy, and dream gyud nimo may accountant. Yeah, I mean like kanang mamugutoy kanang uso sa una accountancy,
it's always
diba?
like that.
May uso accountancy. Pero unsa man siya namang ganahan. And to my surprise, she said, interested ko actually nga mahimong reporter. TV reporter.
That's
like,
so cute.
Whoa.
Because like now you're doing
so, okay. So I haven't had the opportunity to ask about my father about that. But my father is really smart and said, so I don't care about him. I mean, he can do anything if he really wanted to. Pero yeah, kung yan lang siya kanang murag bitaw no if karon I think karon mas nating freedom, I would say. But again, not that's not the same for all people, because I think na some parents should nga mo exert should nga mo gini imong buhaton like ilang himuong plan ilang children, di ba?
You know, that's what saddens me as well when it comes to like conversations like these kay kanang the reason why most parents are very kanang enforcing when it comes to telling their children what course to choose in college or what path to take in life is that they would project their experiences gani.
Yeah.
Kanang, for example, they wanted to become doctors, but instead of being a doctor, they were told to be a teacher because it's simpler, it's easy, it's kanang kuan more practical at that time.
Because doctor, it
doctor
takes so many
it takes
years.
money and financial kuan. So most parents who became teachers but wanted to become doctors would force their children to become doctors. And at the same time, it's kanang further promoting like that generational curse gani. So that's what saddens me about conversations like these, Jude.
Yeah, it talks about sad gyud these cultures atong family existing within our family. Dili lang sa Filipino culture, I think common po sa other
common,
cultures,
yes.
especially Asian.
Yeah, very. This is very Asian centric when you think about it.
Pero I think despite that, understanding from where they're coming from, I think it's because manggod ang ilang time sa una is very very lisod.
Yeah.
And there's this really big emphasis on money, diba? Source of income.
Especially with after going through certain economic situations, like with the cough.
No. I was gonna say that actually.
So murag galiso jud sila. So it's really understandable. So even if you encounter a parent who really enforces their desire for what they want their kids to be in the future, then I guess you also have to take into consideration what they went through. It doesn't mean that what they're doing is good or justifiable, but like at least try to understand where they're coming from like that. Now, for conversations like this or like kanang basically this about like living another life, about their parents living in another life, ano ba? Do you think would you rather your parents fulfill their dreams, but in the consequence anak kay you won't be there, like your existence won't be there? Masagot ka na. What's your opinion about that?
I kinda believe of the many worlds theory.
Oh, what's that?
Meaning like kanang if you chose this certain choice, if you do this certain choice, that choice that you didn't take, okay, na-exist na siya in another universe.
Oh, that's...
So even if I say nga I would rather be not exist, I'm sure there's a world out there that I don't exist na daan because my mother or chose to be a reporter or whatever.
That's comforting in a sad way.
I guess comforting in a sad way. But I think now nga nag-ano mo kadako, mo appreciate sa ko ang parents gyud sila mga sacrifices. So I wouldn't mind so much if I didn't exist.
Sorry.
I wouldn't mind so much if I didn't exist as long as they're happy, I suppose. Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
How about you?
Yeah, I think I also...
Or would you rather like, no, I
want to exist. I want to exist. Come on. No. I mean, as long as my parents are happy, then they have so much potential. Like for me. And I guess I can acknowledge the fact that bringing me up in this world, it required a lot of sacrifice. So I wouldn't mind sacrificing for another world, for my existence, for or basically not existing, or the lack thereof, basically, for them to fulfill what they really want to do. So yes.
And I think that's it for this piece. Don't leave because we will be back after this short break.
We keep going in circles. We keep trying. We ask the same questions over and over again. You don't tell me what you need. I don't understand what you want from me anymore.
Unsa man jud, babe? Asa man ta mangaon?
Maun na. Dapat naminaw jud ta sa NKKLKL before ta nihawa. This is a friendly reminder from NKKLKL. Naa namo tanan. Kalihok, kasadya,
Kadasig, sa kinatibuk-an sa Cebu.
Esther's Fig Tree Analogy, an excerpt from The Bell Jar by Sylvia Plath. I saw my life branching out before me, like the green fig tree in the story. From the tip of every branch, like a fat purple fig, a wonderful future beckoned and winked. One fig was a husband, and a happy home and children. And another fig was a famous poet, and another fig was a brilliant professor, and another fig was EEG, the amazing editor, and another fig was Europe, and Africa, and South America, and another fig was Constantine, and Socrates, and Attila, and a pack of other lovers with queer names and offbeat professions. And another fig was an Olympic lady crew champion. And beyond and above these figs were many more figs I couldn't quite make out. I saw myself sitting in the crotch of this fig tree, starving to death, just because I couldn't make up my mind which of the figs I would choose. I wanted each and every one of them, but choosing one meant losing all the rest. And as I sat there, unable to decide, the figs began to wrinkle and go black, and one by one they plopped to the ground at my feet. And that was The Fig Tree Analogy by Sylvia Plath from her book The Bell Jar. So, what do you guys think about this piece?
Kuan, I think it's still about envisioning yourself like there are different
Yeah.
versions of you, or
Mhm.
what if you were born in this certain area in a certain time,
Mhm.
and just thinking about the different versions of you that could have existed under different circumstances.
Yeah, do you ever just mourn the versions of you that could have been? Like, especially when you think about this in the context of like the pandemic. If the pandemic didn't happen, do you think you'd be a very different person now?
I would definitely think that I would be a very different person if the pandemic didn't happen. I think the pandemic taught me a lot of lessons,
Mhm.
especially in how to in connecting with people, with friends, because
Mhm.
it was very isolating.
Yeah.
By the pandemic and stuff, and our mental health was so down there.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I think we had to go through something like that, or at least for me
Mhm.
personally, I had to go through something like that for me to change.
I know, like, what saddens me about the life that I could have lived. Like, for example, in the context of the pandemic, I'm really sad about the fact that I wasn't able to have the best closure for high school. Or like,
Yeah.
like experience that kind of high school senior life.
Yeah.
Because I had to go through a pandemic. So for me, for this piece, it really resonated with me because I couldn't help but think, yeah, what could have happened, bitaw, no? Like, if I did this and didn't do this, there's so many versions of myself that I really wanted to live. And it saddens me that I can't live those versions of me. Like, you can't. Like, I love this version of me, yes, but I also want to know what could have been as an overthinker.
pero say for example, may I ask you if you're not like a calm student, or if you're not here,
Mhm.
what are you doing right now?
Oh.
Probably.
This is very for me, okay? Because this question, as for the people who don't know, I used
For
to
the
be
people who don't know.
I used to be a BS Bio student, and I shifted in my second year to PA Com. So sometimes I can't help but think of the version of me that could have pursued BS Bio. Like, even until now, I can't help but think, like, I'm very contented with being a com student. I love being a com student. But sometimes I can't just help, especially when I see reels of my old blockmates, of how they're doing their thesis, they're doing their field works. I couldn't help but think, wow, that could have been me. And I wish I was able to live that life, but at the same time, I'm kind of relieved that I'm not living that life because I'm living this life that I chose. Because I chose to branch out to this life, like in the fig tree. Like, I chose this fig this was my decision. So in a way, although I not necessarily mourn, although I'm curious about what could have been, I'm also kind of satisfied man sad with where I'm currently at.
So you wouldn't say nga kanang you have regrets of making that choice. I mean, you don't have to answer that if you don't want to.
It's okay.
So sorry.
It's okay. Do I have regrets?
But you know, when you choose something, diba?
Yeah.
If you choose something, you kind of have to sacrifice an
Yeah.
option. And sometimes you're going to regret. Sometimes you have
Yeah.
some regrets about that.
And I guess that's my favorite part about this piece in the fig tree, because, diba, like she sees the different figs, and then she is paralyzed by the end of it because she's paralyzed by indecision. She couldn't choose gani. And I'm grateful that I had the courage to choose. I wasn't paralyzed with indecision. I didn't let the figs rot in front of me. Like, I actually took the initiative to choose. And I guess that's one of the things that I'm really grateful for myself, because I was able to have the courage to actually choose a fig instead of just forcing myself to choose what life chose for me or something. Like, kanang ana gani. Like, yeah, for example, as I said kanina, when I see my old blockmates doing their thesis, their fieldworks, like, yes, I get FOMO ba na? Fear of missing out.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Like, masad ko ana sometimes. But then, at the same time, I'm like, no, I'm actually not sad, because if I didn't choose calm, then I'd be I'd be sadder. I'd be the saddest, because I would always question myself, what if I was brave enough, what if I were brave enough to actually be a calm student, the course that I really wanted to do. Ano ba? So, in a way, yes. What about you, Gab? Did you have that kind of situation?
Well, kato I think it's common man daghang mga STEM students diri nga nag-lift who chose to pursue.
Were you STEM?
Yeah, STEM medical sciences. Like STEM medical sciences, and I was really planning to medtech jud ko, mo jud akong kwaon, or mag physical therapy or nursing, like whatever man ko gusto. And then I don't know, karit lang siya nga kamar naka-realize ko nga kanang I can't spend 4 years of my life studying about the human body and and not improving my skills in writing and speaking. Para na ko if ni sud mangod ko ng work medical related nga course, kanang mabiyaan jud nako ang writing speaking apart.
True.
Like, kanang
sometimes
mabiyaan jud nako siya, and then 4 years is so long for me, at least for me, and so much could happen in 4 years para nako. So kung no, I'm gonna pursue what I want. Pero yes, there's definitely some regrets. I wouldn't say regrets, pero
wonders, questions,
curiosity. because most of my friends are STEM people, and so
yeah, I get that.
Like akong group of friends yun is like from STEM, and so every time sa GC mag-grant sila, it's more about lisura aning a subject.
It's so hard.
Ako magsinsin ako matulog. Ano man matambag na ko aning ako.
William Schramm.
Schramm
is hard. The moral communication is hard too.
Yung siya nga vibes mga kanang murag katoy mong gingon kanang you kind of miss out on those kinds of topics because you can't relate to them as much as you
used
did
to
before.
Yeah.
Ano siya nga vibes, pero I think I'm happy now because I think the personal achievements that I have done here in the past acad year and even until now, something that I am proud of man said.
Yes.
I feel like I also made the right choice.
Slay.
Slay to both of us.
Slay to both of us.
We made the right choices.
Ex-STEM students. I'm really shocked. I didn't think that you were an
STEM student, no, diba? Pero yeah,
I can't imagine you in STEM. That's so weird.
Weird
ka sa calculus.
Oo, weird pa jud kay di ba naman tay immersion na abag.
Yeah.
And then gipapili mi unsa imong course na gusto kay dito kay ilabay ang kind of mga immersion.
Yeah, I get that.
Na kung gibutang man dito kay BA literature, BA comic ana nya bisag STEM student ko. At sumura ko napagkatan-aw sa maestra ato kay Marshag na
kilang ka.
Ano mga advanced STEM student mga ana sa medical sciences pa dyan magipili. Stuff like that.
Trip
Pero,
lang.
wala lang. Work na. Usap na dyan ako nahuna, ma'am.
Actually, trip-trip man yun na mo ni Cab pag STEM. Ganahan lang may mga
Explore,
experience sa calculus.
explore, yan na siya.
Trip lang na magpalisod-lisod sa kinabuhi.
Pampatatag ng loob, di ba? Nga siya vibes. Pero, yeah, I think, going back no sa tong excerpt from the Bell and Dragon Fig Tree, Sylvia Plath talks about these very many branches, and she emphasizes the importance of making a choice, which is something to be both did, diba nga kanang, instead of not doing anything, not choosing one branch at all, it's better to choose something and stick to it, diba? And see where it goes.
Yeah, it reminds me of like that quote about like how it's better to do something and regret it than not do something and regret it.
Yeah.
Because I would rather take the leap than actually contemplate on it forever.
Yeah, you never know what will happen.
Yeah.
You'll never know it. You'll
Take a
enjoy it.
chance.
Yeah. You only live once.
You only live
Wala lang
once.
mga kinga nga quotes.
Ana, ng mga carpe diem. And I guess that's it for this piece. Now, take a break.
And we'll come back.
And take a break.
Cute cat. Take a break. Sorry, cut to
balik. And I guess that's it for this discussion. Now, we'll be taking a short break, so stay tuned.
Hey there, changemakers. Are you ready to make a difference? Quattro, a youth-led nonprofit organization, is calling on you to support causes that matter. Quattro believes in the power of young people coming together to drive positive change in our communities, providing a safe space where your voice can be heard and amplified. So, what are you waiting for? Donate now to help fuel the movement. The official channels for donation are as follows: GCash 0928-894-6478, Hasina Montante, or bank transfer BPI 868-905-7072, Erica Sanchez. Join Quattro in making a lasting impact.
If I Had Three Lives by Sarah Russell. If I had three lives, I'd marry you in two. The other? Perhaps that life over there at Starbucks, sitting alone, writing a memoir, maybe a novel or this poem. No kids, probably. A small apartment with a view of the river and books. Lots of books. And time to read. Friends to laugh with. And a man sometimes for a weekend. To remember what skin feels like when it's alive. I'd be thinner in that life. Vegan. Practice yoga. I'd go to art films, farmers markets, drink martinis in swingy skirts and big jewelry. I'd vacation on the Maine coast and wear a flannel shirt weekend guy left behind. Loving the smell of sweat and aftershave more than I did him. I'd walk the beach at sunrise, find perfect shell spirals and study pockmarks, water makes in sand. And I'd wonder sometimes if I'd ever find you. And that was If I Had Three Lives by Sarah Russell. Now, this poem is very poetic. Char. No, I just love the whole message of this poem because basically, if you guys didn't notice, this poem, diba, the title is If I Had Three Lives, and then the narrator keeps on saying that if I had three lives, I'd marry you in two, and then the narrator would go on to say the things of like the third life, and in that third life, kay, the narrator is sitting alone at Starbucks, writing a poem. So basically, this life that the narrator is living at, let's live again rather, is the third life. Because in this life, the narrator didn't marry the love of their life.
Oh, that's so sad. Like, what happened? You know?
Kanang here, according to the poem, and I'd wonder sometimes if I'd ever find you.
Oh, so technically for this one, wala niya nakita ang iyahang
love of their lives. Or maybe not yet.
Not yet.
Be optimistic, guys. Not yet. I believe na mahanap na niya. Magkita na niya. And anyways,
You know, like perhaps after she wrote that poem,
what if? Ganahan ko anak, optimistic.
Yeah.
Now, for this one, have you ever wondered about different lives, Yula? Like different, if you had like 3 lives, how will you live it?
Wow.
Char. Very charot.
Yeah, like I you know, like this question, it kind of made me think a bit na, I'm like a cat but minus 6 lives. Okay, I had extra 3 lives, but wow, like I guess, you know, like if I had 3 lives, I guess I feel like, I don't know, like right now I have like 1 life, and there's this saying na, you know, you only have 1 life, make sure to live your life to the fullest. But I guess with having 3 lives, it's kind of like, you know, like some people, if they would have 3 lives, they would kind of like, you know, ilang sayangan, ilang
And other
kinabuhi.
lives, yeah, they would take it for granted.
Take it for granted because they're like, you know, like I have 2 other lives, you know, I can
Yeah.
just be reckless.
I
and
could be
stuff
reckless
like
in this
that.
life and then be secured in the second or third life. And I guess like that's the beauty of, not necessarily really the beauty, like the complexity of having like 1 life or uncertain. We're not sure. What if they are second or third life? We'll never know. And I guess the beauty of the uncertainty is that you're forced or you're compelled to do the things you want to do because you only have 1 life.
Yeah.
So live it.
That's what makes it special, no? Yeah. Now you only have 1 life, so make sure that you make your, you know, like your actions count. Make sure you do all of those things that you wanted to do, you know. But with having 3 lives, it's basically like, you know, you have all the time in your 3 lives,
Yeah,
you know,
to
like
be reckless.
and stuff like that. And perhaps, you know, you'd get to really do all the things that you really love to do in your 3rd life, I guess.
Now, in consideration with this poem, so I have a question for you, Yura. So, the poem presents 2 alternate life paths, one of marriage and partnership, and another of independence and solitude. How do these choices reflect different desires or aspirations within a single person? Right now in your life, what do you desire? Solitude or partnership?
Wow.
Uy.
Wow.
Very, very showbiz na gini nga question,
Yeah,
no?
oh my goodness. All right. But honestly, you know, like I would say like at this point in my life, I'm in college, but I don't know. I like both, you know, like for me, you know, of course, I guess it's human nature na siguro na all of us would, you know, dream of a companion to spend the rest of our lives with. But at the same time, it's not really a bad thing to be in solitude, you know, to enjoy your own company and enjoy being independent, you know. It's kind of like how I feel, you know, like right now I really enjoy being, you know, independent, being myself, you know, getting to do the things that I want without being judged, you know. And but at the back of my mind, you know, you think about your future and you really wonder, you know, like, am I gonna just do this for a long time? At some point, perhaps I might, you know, try looking for that special someone.
Sure. I can't help but like laugh at that question. I just realized I'm asking you about at this point in life. At this point in life, murag pila na tong edad na napamantas college.
I mean, yeah, we're still like
We're still in
what?
college.
In our
There's
20s.
so much ahead of us.
That is true, but you never know, like there are people who would get married very late, but there are
Yeah.
also people who get married very early. Like
I
my
get shocked.
classmates, like my other classmates, they actually, they already have
Yeah.
kids. They have
I
like
get so shocked to that. I'm like, when I think of my classmates from before, my former classmates, and I see them getting married or some having children, I always like pause when I see it on social media and say, huh, I thought you were still like very young.
I mean, to be fair, I guess you never really know what life throws at you. Like
Yeah.
life can throw you, a curveball. Like you
And
never
just have
know
to
what to
accept
accept.
it.
Yeah.
Accept it or live with it. No, I'm just kidding. Ganang, for this one, basically, um,
Okay, it's all right. It's
Cut
all
that,
right.
please. Okay. Where was I? Yes. For me, when people would ask me, would I rather choose solitude or partnership? At this point in life, at this point in life,
Solitude. Is it
Yeah.
solitude? I know you so well,
Yes.
Natalie.
Yes, Yula knows me so well. So basically, for this part in my life, I would rather live it with my cats and be the cat lady who would read books, who would drink tea.
I mean, that's a really good life, Like
Yeah.
I'd live that life too. Like
my dream in life doesn't necessarily involve a lover. My dream in life focuses on me owning a house with a library that has a sliding ladder.
That's the dream. Yeah,
With my
I'd
cats.
love that too.
Multiple cats, so I can be happy.
I mean, I guess in my case, I'd also like that life, but not multiple cats, I guess. Like, probably
Dogs.
just, like one or two cats, perhaps, or maybe like one cat or one dog, because multiple cats, although they're very cute, I just couldn't. I don't think
the responsibility.
like, I'd be overwhelmed. They're in a way like kids, like you
Yeah.
have to take care of them, Like,
Okay, so I have another question for you, Yula. So,
Okay.
the narrator mentions wondering if I'd ever find you in the life where they're alone. What does this reveal about the narrator's concept of love or destiny? Does the narrator think love is predestined, waiting for us, or is it something we have to seek out? So it's basically in relation to what I said kanina. Kanang, do you think that the narrator would find the love of their lives eventually, or do they have to seek that kind of love?
I feel like I really don't know, because I'm torn with this, but based on what I read about this poem or piece rather, I feel like the narrator believes that they'd have to seek their lover so that they could be together, especially in this line. And I'd wonder sometimes if I'd ever find you. It makes me think that this narrator, this person, has been finding that lover for so long, and until that point that she writes her poem, she hasn't found him yet. So that's
Yeah.
what I think. What about you?
Same thing with me as well, because I mean, I believe that although the universe has plans for us, we also have the power to counter those plans. So it's not necessary that, for example, in this life, we won't find the love of our lives. Maybe the love of our lives is still there. We just haven't found that person yet. Or maybe the love of our lives isn't the way we envision it to be. It doesn't necessarily have to be a person. Maybe the love of our lives is our cat, or the hobbies that we love to do, or our job. Not job is a
Not
sign.
job.
Not job.
No, I mean, for some people, I guess.
If you love your job, I guess maybe that's the love of your life.
Good for you.
Or maybe the love of our lives is us. Maybe it's the friends we made along the way.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I remembered something that I came across an Instagram post, but
Yeah.
it really hit me. Like there was this post. It was like a quote of a girl saying like, "I'm ready for love. Like, where is my lover?" And then like she was praying to the Lord or like the universe, and then the Lord responded like, I know you're ready, but your lover is not. So perhaps perhaps like you may feel like you may feel like like there is like you may feel like wait you may feel like like the person isn't really out there for you. There's a person who's not like meant for you. But the thing is that person may not be ready yet, and they're not really seeking you yet.
Let me just use that excuse for whenever like relatives or my friends of mine would ask me, Nat, when ka magkauyab? My future lover isn't ready yet.
Yeah, because that is like that is another way to view it. Like if you're ready, then why isn't your lover coming? Then perhaps it's because your lover isn't really ready yet.
I guess that's it for this episode. And that wraps up today's episode of Storybites, where we explored lives unlived and roads not taken. These pieces remind us of the limitless possibilities each life could contain, along with the weight of the choices we do and don't make. Thank you for tuning in, and we hope you leave with a little more appreciation for both the paths we've walked and those we've left behind. See you next time for another episode of Storybites. Bite-sized tales, endless possibilities.
You've just enjoyed another episode of Storybites. Until next time, keep your imagination alive and your stories endless. Bite-sized tales, endless possibilities. This is DYUP Sugbo, kauban nimo.
Una mong huyab sa pagmata, wa pa kay uyab apan wa na, mapugi mong gibati pagkagabi. Unsa ba kahaang nainom, ug giyon sa nimo pag-ingon, sa nag-drive sa atong Grab, ayaw ug lapas sa banilad. Ang nag-drive sa atong Grab, murarabag anad mangilad. Wa na ko'y madumduman, puwira sa kawan nga dan nga gilumluman sa buwan. Ug manawag ko sa imongan, di ba kakasabaan ang imuhang apuhan? Unsay pasabot sa kadiyot, ayaw hubua imong arios. Wa pa ba ka masayod, angayan ka anaday. Kanus aka masayod nga, hinjutay ta kung kalipay. Way laing madumduman, kundi ang hawan nga dan nga gilumluman sa buwan. Ug ang imong paghimong kataw-anan, sa batan-on nga di mahimo. Makadlaw na, makadlaw na, makadlaw na. Kadlaw sa kadlaw. Una kong huyab sa pagmata, wa pa ko'y uyab apan naa. Kasa kong tapad, ayaw hawa sa akong tapad.
Tulo kagabi nang wala pa natulog, nagulat ra ko sa biton nga mahulog. Kaya kong ihatag sa akong pinalangga nga naghilak. Hilak tungod kay gikasaban sa iyang mama, dili pa daw siya pwede mangitag mabana. Kinahanglan pa niyang unahunang pag-eskwela. Day, ngisi gamay, dili pa panahon para kita maghinig ugmaay. Day, katawa gamay, dili pa panahon para ako kang tabanon. Day, ayaw ang pagdaling kay di lalimang kami noon. Mapaman ganit at pampalito panihapon. Di na ba sa'yon magpantayo bata, buntag o hapon. Binabusayaw na taon paghilak, may pagmaminaw na lang ka sa kong mga balak. Kay likod niya ni nga kong katawan ay gitagong luhagay. Ngisi gamay, dili pa panahon para kita maghilig umaay. Day, katawa gamay.
Maayong adlaw, UP Cebu. I am Caleb Berandoy.
And Gab Salamo.
You're listening to
Sayayo, UP Cebu, the beat of campus, the pulse of news.
For the head.
Dumantag parok, dumantag sa kasa, mga pagsulay kay lungan gyapunta. Wa ni urungay, wa ni biyaay kay kung magpapatlong dumantag. Ay kumpiyansa bay, ay kumpiyansa bay, ay kumpiyansa bay,
Ay kumpiyansa bay,
ay kumpiyansa bay,
ay kumpiyansa bay.
ay kumpiyansa bay kung di ka gusto mamatay.
Sakit ba daw sa dato, di sa pobre ilang ingon. Di mo takot kaysa daghang kagaw na daw sila immune. Ya okay na daw ka basta maggargulag asin. Bisag magpordag vitamins, corona, walay baksin. Mabata o tiguang, way gipili ning sakitan. Yag matakdan ka, matakdan pud nimo imong pamilya mo. Nang nagpaila, nagpadas mga tuo-tuo. Dako pag chance maayos COVID kaysa pagka-uto-uto.
Matuo sa mando sa mga nagdumala. Distansya, higala, kay distance is love.
Pangunawag kamot hang naungay kikapa.
Itugyang kahadlok, tuluan ang pagbag.
Spread kindness like COVID, stay home to stay safe.
Hold on to the hope, hold on to the faith.
Makahawas mong tindog rin yata puhoy. Mga kabis na, it's all heal as one.
Tumantag barog, tumantag sa kasa, mga pagsulay kay dungan yapunta. Wa ni urungay, wa ni biyaay kay kung magpabadlong ako dungan tamatay.
Ay kumpiyansa bay,
Ay kumpiyansa bay, ay kumpiyansa bay, ay kumpiyansa bay,
Ay kumpiyansa bay,
ay
Sabay kung di ka gusto mamatay. Ang virus di makita, di masumpo, di mo patuo. Ang pagtuman sa balaod nga gimando sa gobyerno kay kita man ang medisina na anato ang pangontra kung naalantay disiplina masulbad rin problema hahagpuyo na lang sa balay magpalayo na sa mga panulay sa mga tapok maglikay kung di ta gustong mamatay kaya ragyod sa tinud anay kung kita'y magtinabangay magpakalikon sa pagsulay igura man yun nga mulabay
Matuo sa mandong sa mga nagdumala Distansya, higala kay distance is love
Ang dawa kamutang na ungay ka pa
Itugyang kahadlok to the one up above
Spread kindness, not COVID, stay home to stay safe
Hold on to the hope, hold on to the faith
Makahawas, magkatindog, ranya tapos Magpapista, all heal as one Kay kinsa pa man, di ay Ang magtinabang ay di ba
kita na
Kung magkahiusan ang ta Walay kaliso
Walay kaliso
Nga di ta mabuntong dungan
Dungan tagbarog Dungan tagsakasa mga pagsulay kay dungan yapunta Wag ni urungay Wag ni biyaay kay kung magpabaglong aw dungan tamatay Ay kumpensabay 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 kung di ka gusto mamatay Ay kumpensabay 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 Di ka gusto mamatay
Hawiri ako Higna ko ako ragyod Kay kita karon
Ngayong 6 months na ako, araw-araw mo akong binibigyan ng pagkain habang patuloy ang pagpapabreastfeed mo sa akin. Pero minsan, hindi mo alam kung ano pa ang ihahanda mo sa akin. Kaya pumupunta tayo sa health center para magpaturo ng paghanda ng complementary food na pwede mong gawin. Ang dami nilang itinuro sa atin. Ang healthy ng luto nyo, Nay!
You're listening to DYUP Sugbo. Kauban nimo. Ang imong kauban, di kabiyaan. DYUP Sugbo, kauban nimo. From highs to lows. From laughter to tears. Kauban nimo ang DYUP Sugbo.
DYUP, kauban nimo.
Nakatago sa iyong mga ngiti na may gusto kang sabihin. Pwede bang sabihin mo na yun? Lahat-lahat sa akin. Huwag kang mag-alala, hindi ako tatawa. Pakikinggan kita dahil sa totoo lang, hinihintay ko na sabihin mo. Gusto kita, pwede bang ako na lang mahalin? Puso mo'y maging akin, sige na. Ako hindi ka sasaktan, hindi ka iwanan. Basta't sabihin mo lang. Ilang buwan na rin tayong naririto sa estadong di sigurado. Siguro panahon na rin ito nang ang lahat ay klaro. Huwag kang mag-alala, hindi ako tatawa. Pakikinggan kita dahil sa totoo lang, hinihintay ko na sabihin mo. Gusto kita, pwede bang ako na lang mahalin? Puso mo'y maging akin, sige na. Ako hindi ka sasaktan, hindi ka iwanan. Basta't sabihin mo lang. Binigyan mo ko ng rosas at ako'y iyong napangiti. Hinawakan mo aking mga kamay, sabay-sabing mahal kita. Pwede bang ako na lang mahalin? Puso mo'y maging akin, sige na. Ako hindi ka sasaktan, hindi ka iwanan. Basta't sabihin mo lang. Sabihin mo lang. Sabihin mo lang. Sabihin mo lang. Basta't sabihin mo lang.
Hinday, pagdasad ko gamay. Basing wala kakabantay ba? Pero di na akong igua sa imong pagkabaiter. Mula kaskolon, memorize pagyod ang tanang lyrics. Sa missing Filimon, mauning akong kanta. Para sa imoha, I'd go and travel halfway around the world. My morena girl, mauning akong awi. Di papipiri, mutuo ko forever. 'Cause I have someone just like her, my morena
like saying nahigugma ko nimo. Mamuwang ang akong aping. Whenever my blue eyes see you, skip o beat ang kasing-kasing. Wishing you could love me too. Mauning akong kanta, para sa imoha. I'd go and travel halfway around the world for my morena girl. Mauning akong awi, di papipiri, mutuo ko forever. 'Cause I have someone just like her. I can't love man ko Bisaya. Sumong kong traffic sa Mandaw ay ano lang makita ta. Mag-abot ta sa Fuente, magkinabot man o magtuslo buwan. Agdonde ka, mauning akong kanta, para sa imoha. I'd go and travel halfway around the world for my morena girl. Mauning akong awi, di papipiri, mutuo ko forever. 'Cause I have someone just like her. Sama in the world. Yes, I'm so lucky I got her. My morena girl, my morena girl, my morena. Ooh, my morena girl, my morena girl, my morena. I love my morena girl.
You're listening to Dear Oble, your self-proclaimed fan-favorite show of DYUP Sugbo. Take a peek into juicy confessions through anonymous senders, while Oble listens. Dear Oble, your avenue to be heard, one confession at a time. Sulat mo, basa ko.
Makiduyog, andam namin maminaw.
'Cause we'll always be here right with you.
This is Dear Oble.
Your avenue to be heard.
One confession at a time.
Sulat mo.
Basa ko.
Hello, Oblesties. Time check. It's currently 12:16 na in the afternoon. So hopefully, no, ang uban diha kay naka-finish na sa classes, nakakaon na, nakalinya na sa kawayanan. Diba?
Nikao DJ.
Yes, we actually ate early because we didn't have classes after our first one. So early gaayo na tapos. How about you, DJ Gab?
Yeah, actually, nag-lunch na sad ko. Okay, I guess, again, same mo hapon nga.
Actually, class.
So, hindi ka ako na may dami, took the opportunity to do that, to eat an early lunch.
Exactly, because today is really a happy Friday, no? Finally, it's the last day of the week, and then next week is 2 weeks before the last day of school, right?
Oh, kay 3 weeks naman tayo taron, di ba?
Last day of classes day because we probably have finals week pa.
Yeah, wala pa tayo finals week.
But hopefully, no, kay still everyone's still having a great time ending the year with a bang. Hopefully, everyone's still, productive and also resting at the same time.
Yeah, so anyway, murag taas-taas na kayo mong chika-chika na rin. No? So, perhaps we can introduce ourselves again sa atong mga oblastis.
So, by the way, you're listening to the sounds where the vibes remain. This is DJ Rain.
Ako si DJ Gab, ug kauban ni DJ Rain, atong storyahan ng mga nagrelaing mga sugilanon sa atong mga suking tigpaminaw diri sa Dear Oble. Ug labi na sa atong mga scholar, mapaunsa pa na nga mga istorya, mapa-love, or sa mga ACADS related, kay kanamurag final season na ba, Runo?
So, ipagawas na yun na inyong mga confessions, guys, here at Dear Oble, because today's episode is Love is on Air. So, DJ Gab, what is Love is on Air?
Kailangan ba na-explain? Basically, it's Love is on Air. So, we talk about all things love, romantic relationships, and you know, para imo jud guro ni nga fan nga what do you call this category sa or theme sa atong mga episodes. Pero bitaw in this category we talk about all the ups and downs, the highs and lows of love, diba?
Yeah. So without further ado, no, I'm really curious na what Oblesti has to say.
Feel ako murag ko ani siya nga confession murag something to
I really don't know.
Sige, atong tan-awon sige.
Sige, all right. So Oblesti, take it away.
Dear Ob, I
Ay, iba siya. Kuya, just like it's a new energy to like love.
Bitaw no kana murag nadyo yung mga instances, mga kaya di ba dili mo ka mag-expect.
Yeah,
kung,
exactly.
If
When
you're
you like a person.
if you're in love, you're in love. Pero of course the context matters, circumstances matter. Nga maka-question ka sa man jud ni, unsa may buhaton nato ani nga sitwasyon.
No, I think the situation, Oblesti's situation here is a little bit more complicated than we like try to analyze it. Kaya we're like, she's from a breakup, Mongol. Pero there's a lot of things to unpack from that. So I guess we'll do that after this very short break.
Hoy, Grace, stress man kay katanawon, okay ra ka?
Lagi? Lily Faith ba? Na-overwhelmed jud ko sa akad, sa family. Ako na pa dyan sa dorm. Life has been troublesome.
Taon pud sa kong beshi, uy. Kasuway nakag-talk ana with someone. Mental health is really important, you know?
Oo, pero ako ka ba asa mo start? Plus, napad yung stigma around it.
Lagi. Maunang sugda na tugsulo nga part pud ang mental health sa atong overall well-being.
Unsang man ako pagsugod?
Daghan og resources nga pwede nimo maduulan. Parihas anang community centers, hotlines, og support online. You don't have to go through this alone.
Sakto jud ka, Faith. Sa mga panahon nga di ta kabarog, maybe it's time to take that step and reach out.
End the stigma, speak your mind, and well mind what you speak.
Nung nasa tiyan mo pa po ako, lagi na tayong nagpapatimbang sa health center. Dapat may dagdag tayo na halos 1 kilo kada buwan. Senyalis ito na tama ang nutrition mo. Mga nanay, dapat tama po ang timbang nyo.
Dear Oble, this is where
You share and Oble listen. So, medyo ang confession magud nato today, guys, kay medyo bugkat sumberg nakalimot si nakuha sa asa among linyahan diri sa Dear Oble.
Exactly. Pero anyway, going back to Oblesti, DJ Gab, no?
Actually, yung confession?
Ang iya confession mong good kay like they like a girl, but then the girl is coming from a breakup 2 months ago. And then di pa sila friends, like I don't think they're having conversations pa, pero they're really planning to approach this person. Unya, nag-question
Get to
siya.
know them, di ba na siya?
Na ganan siya mag-friends o ganan gid siya mo ask her out. Pero kato lagi the very big context is she just came off from a breakup. So ako iba to sa imo, DJ Gab.
Giunahan ko ni DJ Rain.
So would you, if you were in the situation, would you like thinking about it, like would you date someone coming out from a breakup?
Personally, I wouldn't. Just
Why?
kay siguro first nga reason is kanang I feel na ako mag-guilty ko because it's like I'm taking advantage of that vulnerable state sa girl. So mura ko murag lain-lain siya for me.
Okay.
And then number 2 is I think it's kind of messy pa. Okay, for I don't know, I feel like mga tao kalelahi sila og how they go through breakups manggod.
Exactly.
Pero for breakups kanang namang goy times nga is still kind of reminisce or kana ilang terms nga relapse. So what if iksud nimo sa picture and wala pa siya ka naka fully heal. Makuha nimo iyang feelings nga naa pa unta ng agay kay perhaps ma-associate niya nimo even though dili ito genuine ang love iyang ma-feel para nimo.
Basi mag-glimpse of us ka.
Oh, may nga na siya bay. So kanang
sakit siya.
So and kana, for example if ikaw ang girl nga kanang you're going through a breakup, sometimes you kind of mura mo jud subconscious nga acts nga ma-associate nimo ang feelings nga imong na-feel para sa imong ex sa kaning new partner coming in. So you won't also notice that. So kana siya number 1 is magilty ko and number 2 is it's kind of messy for me nga to go through that and you know. Ikaw DJ Rain, ako ilabay sa imo. Would you date someone who just went through a breakup 2 months ago?
Well, actually, I had a different perspective before you answered.
Pero sige, iingon sa ibang perspective.
But I'd like to like connect with yours pod sa first. Kaya I kind of get how you would feel guilty. Kaya the tendencies mo sa people coming out from a breakup is to be vulnerable, and I feel like if you're shown affection, if you're shown comfort by someone else, I feel like you would cling to that, not knowing that murag you can be taken advantage of ba because of course you're kato vulnerable state nimo. And yes, I do kind of recognize that, but also aside from context, I think the kind of person matters as well, because what if 2 months is enough for her to heal? Really, it's different for everyone, like you mentioned earlier. But there's also a thing that people call a 3-month rule, no? But I'm not sure if everyone like I feel like that 3-month rule is like kind of a respect thing. I don't really know where that like rule originated, pero I feel like it's kind of a respect to the other partner or something like that. Pero regardless of that, no, not everyone practices that. Ako personally, it would depend, but more leaning towards your answer as well na no. Pero I feel like it depends if the guy, at least for me, if the guy is fully healed, I can see them like growing, like I can see them not really having those relapses, more like separate la siya from the relationship he had before, then I think I would consider it. Pero at this time, kay murag medyo bugat siya especially if it's gonna be your first, right? Because they already experienced all of that and they're just coming out from it. Now, how would you enter the picture? It's also like listen siya dyan ang apart, pero siguro ang ako lang maingon is try to be there for the other person, pero kung ano good, basta ma-comfort person na noon ka or something like that.
Feel ko wala mo kayo na-establish ilang relationship ilang duha, like unsa man sila, like acquaintances or friends, are they really super close or not that close? So kanang we can only assume based sa inyo hang sa imong confession buzz man daw ni siya. So kana for me kato wali ko na ko nga lisod siya oy, pero let's say ato ta sa imong giingon nga kanang okay ra siya nga person, like di siya matandog if like 2 months after 2 months like they're completely okay, you know, like lahi jud ang tao magbuote ka if nga na siya.
Exactly.
So what if nga na Rain?
Media law again?
What if nga na siya nga kanang what if okay na siya at least
completely.
Pero you can't say that completely, like sa imong perception lang nga kanang okay na siya, like would you make a move?
I mean, if the person is like really a green flag, they don't show me signs of me being like a rebound because that's like usually what people call the person right next to the ex, no? Then I think I would consider it. I would consider it. I'm not saying I would totally go for it because still the circumstances there. Pero kanang kato, like what if they're fully healed na? What if okay na gid sila and then you're just overthinking it. Pero I mean, it's easier said than done. It's easier said than done, kay. If you're in the actual situation, I feel like you would think twice, thrice, 5 times or whatever. Pero kato siguro, depends on the person good and the situation as well. Basi they're still in constant vicinity with their ex, and then that would kind of make you question: Are you really like over them, or are you just okay because you constantly see them?
Or like
that.
nature po silang relationship before, like was it a very messy breakup? Was it like
That
kanang a
also
very
comes to the
long term na
picture.
to lang nga relationship niya nabuwag sila, so lisod siya sudlan, di ba? If nga na
Or what if like they were childhood friends and then they became and then it's like a 7-year relationship. Diba? It really depends. Or like I feel like the context matters. Kaya what if kato childhood friends and then 7 years day sila and then you come to the picture 2 months after? Like that's so abrupt for me personally. But then what if it's just like a new relationship for them? It was like 3 months only. Cut it off and then you're here. I feel like you would consider it more because okay, they kind of maybe they didn't just work out and more mas naka-move on to dali because the relationship was like quick or so really I feel like for you, Oblesti, you really have to assess the situation yourself because we can only do so much from here.
dili mo gyud siya kanina complete details kid ang confession, which we also respect kung unsa la imong maingon, di ba,
But we
ma-disclose
would love a developing confession.
through the fire. What if the
You can still confess the other details if you want to using the same anonymous name. No?
But speaking of Oblesti, no, if ikaw DJ Rain, ikaw ang nasa posisyon aning ato ang Oblesti si Buzz, kanang nakakita ka someone nga you really like shocks, like ibug jud ko aning a person unya halag gikan siya ko break up. What are you gonna do? What will be your reaction about it?
I feel like kanang mustep ba ko kajud because of course I feel like it's gonna be selfish if ako ra own feelings ako in mind. Like I like you, I'm gonna do this and do that whatever because I want to take things whatever with you. And then I feel like you really have to consider the girl. Okay, what if grabe yun niya ka devastated with a breakup? You have to be considerate with the other person, the other party, and as well as the ex as well. Okay, what if good terms din ang ila breakup? Actually, mas masakit siya if good terms ang breakup because I feel like they're really okay with each other. They have a good relationship. It's just that it didn't work
out.
So I feel like you shouldn't, in this position, you shouldn't just consider yourself, but also the other people involved in the possible situation you're about to get yourself into. Ring ana siguro siya. Pero siguro if I'm putting myself in the girl's perspective because that's a different one. If I were coming from a breakup and then if friends na me, I would feel
friends na mo sa mohang
sa ni Oblesti.
Ni Oblesti, okay.
Where I would kind of feel a bit off nga murag did you just wait for the breakup to like
mara siya nag-abang, di ba nga na?
Abangan siya kayo, Oblesti. Ayaw sa niya na. Give her time, give her time. I feel like if you really like her, you'll still like her until like she's okay. And if you're not, and then at least nga, maybe I just liked her during that moment or something like that. Lang, siguro, if I were the girl, I'd also want a little bit more time to kind of, if I wasn't that pretty okay, I would want more time to kind of establish my feelings and kind of work things out within me and my ex or something like that. Or like, find closure in the situation and like close that chapter. How about like you, DJ Gab? If you were the guy and the girl, if you were Oblesti and the girl.
Sige, so if I were the guy kanang makuan guro ko kato mo back off guro ko muna ko siguro basing gali ma-turn off ko if makaiba ko nga giga na siya breakup like mo siya kanang off like kanang off limits kanay nga na kay dili jud dalim ang kanang isa ka breakup na the person has to go through that. Basta dili siya lalim. Mauna nga kanang dapat sabton gid nimo ang person nga kanang going through a breakup and for example if I was going through a breakup and then someone someone new goes into the picture, siguro ako ma-confuse. Kani, for example, I'm speaking na sa perspective na sa babae ha. If I was the girl, nga na, then na someone interested, I would feel confused na noon. Murag makadagdag na noon siya sa kanang murag chaos nga naa sa ako ang emotions na noon kay like at the same time I don't want to hurt the person nga kanang who's interested in me, but it's just that I can't right now because like dili pa ko ready or like kanang ko ano siya, it's just not the right time. Kaya na siya ba?
Pero I said something earlier that like got you a weird, not a weird reaction, but a shocked reaction. I don't know what reaction that was. When I said na if you know that person is going through something, you can just like be there for them. But that could be like question mark because you know being the comfort person, you might get yourself being like the rebound or something.
Mura ko, I don't know, mura ko kanang. You know that rule when therapists you can't provide like mental health services or therapy sessions to your family member or to someone you're really close with, right? Diba, Tech? Yeah. So diba, like you can't provide those services because you're too close to that person or you have emotional ties towards that person and mabias na noon siya. Like, if mo siyang i-compare aning nga situation, nga, comfort ka kanang mura na noog ka ng, mabiased ka kay, whether you like it or not, ha? If you're the guy and there's a girl and you kind of want to comfort them, na naman good kay emotional something towards the girl, so murag, imong actions kay ma-influence gyud when you're comforting that person. Sige, saman. DJ Rain.
I'm thinking of something, no? This could be a possibility. What if Oblesti here, Buzz here, kind of comes into the picture, but in the context of saying this to the girl, I know you're coming off from a breakup. I'll be here. I'm confessing his feelings. I'll be here, but I'll wait till you're okay. How would you feel?
No.
How would you feel about that?
Dude.
No, because other people do that. Other people like, I know you're like, I'll comfort or whatever. I'll be here, like I'll be like helping you or whatever. Basta kanang I'll be open if you'll be open once you're okay. What would be your like? If you were the girl, would you want that? If you were the girl, or if you're the guy, would you do that? Or
No.
like, what's your thought on the situation?
If I was the guy, I wouldn't do that because the act of confessing your feelings palang daan can contribute na sa chaos nga na feel na niya. So if nana kay if example bago ko gibawagan unya nay mo confess mo ko unsa naman ni margi nga na siya nga kuan ba. Pero on the flip side, I think okay, for example, if you really like the person and how are you going namang good times ko na if you really like the person samok jud kay siya nga you really need to find a way to let it out. And the only way to let it out is to tell them. So maybe you can. I think personally na to nga dili ko maingon, pero for other guys out there or other people, yeah, they might do that, pero like make sure to not act on it just yet. Like kabaw lang ka, nagpahibaw lang ka. Pero if imo lang kung actionan kay basig makuha na noon niya. Malibog na ron ang girl.
Or I feel like katumurag this is a trap, pero more siya in a way, even though it's not your intentions, you're kind of like taking advantage gihapon of her vulnerability because you're confessing in a time where she needs comfort, she needs a person because she just lost one. So murag, even though it's not really your intention to manipulate her, not manipulate, but like, you know, take advantage of her emotions, current emotions, murag mahulog gihapon siya ing ana because in a sense, murag you're showing affection, you're showing everything she had before right when she lost it. Murag ing ana gani, diba? So
Mana akong pasabot ganina.
Okay.
Makuha siya ba?
Okay.
And ma-associate na nun niya yung this feeling of loss.
Kasi mag-glimpse of us na noon ka, she'll like try to look for his ex in you.
Yeah, that's the risk sad of the Steve Buzz, no, if you make a move.
Pero so with that, like, what do you think should our Oblesti do here?
I think firm naman jud ko since the start of the discussion nga. I would probably just back off. You can have those feelings. I don't know, maybe if you engage in arts like music, visual arts, or poetry, maybe you let it out through those or if you're into dancing or exercise. you do those kinds of stuff just to let out those emotions, pero you really gotta respect that time of grieving. Kaya diba, mo man lang ingon nga, people are grieving when they are when they're going through a breakup.
And another thing sa siguro kay, if you can like, you shouldn't, but like, it's still in your like decision. Pero if you don't confess yet, maybe if you really need to put it out and say it out there, maybe tell a friend or something, and then siya na yung point person, guys, nagkita na sa crush or something like that. But kato, give the other person time, consider them in the situation, because I know you have raging feelings. You go, oh my God, I really like you, I would want like something with you. But then you have to consider them and the other people that you might kind of disturb with your decision. Kaya really, even though it's like in generally a good feeling to have, like, liking someone, being affectionate, crushing over someone, it's a positive feeling. Pero when you put it into context nga, murag, people are kind of ma-trouble sila because of how hasty you decided to do things, then murag mo negative na no, murag di na ni mo fully really, give everything that you want to give to the other person.
Yeah, so I think at the end of the day, no, we want to say nga kanang valid regime na feel like don't like villainize or criticize yourself nga naka-feel kog feelings na towards someone nga bago mo break up. Like it's normal nga you develop feelings for someone, just it's your actions that really matter.
Yeah, exactly. And with that, I guess we've said a lot on our parts.
Yes.
Now I'm really curious with Oble, but before we hear Oble's advice, we'll be right back after this very short break.
Kahangak ba nimo, Felix? Gipaningot lagi kag maayo.
Init jud kaayo, Blaze, ay. Makalipong pud ang kaigang sa traffic.
Lagi no? Nagpayong man kaha ka. Delikado na ba ang radiation ron?
Of course, uy. Nag-apply pa ganin kog SPF 50 nga sunscreen. Hay nako, mao pa gani pag-abot, haggard na noon kaayo ko.
Ang singot, kay pamaagi sa atong lawas para mo cool down ug balance sa atong body temperature. Pero magresulta pud ni sa fluid loss sa atong lawas. Maong ayaw kalimot sa pag-inom og tubig permi para hydrated ba? As scholars ng bayan, mag-amping kita kanunay.
This reminder is brought to you by DYUP Sugbo. DYUP Sugbo, kauban nimo.
Tay, hindi ka nawawala ng ginagawa? Naglilinis ng bahay, naghahanda ng agahan, at kung ano-ano pa. Pag nagbe-breastfeed ako kay nanay, ginagawa mo lahat para tulungan kami. Nakikita ko nga si nanay na laging nakangiti at masaya. Idol kita, tatay!
Alright, welcome back to Dear Oble. And time check, it's currently 12:40 in the afternoon na, guys. But we already said our parts, DJ Gab, no? So we're really curious.
Ako sad. Curious kay ko.
Ingno ni Oble aning si Oblesty Buzz. So Oble, please take it away.
Love is patient.
Ay, ibarag yun ni si
Grabe jud kayo si Oble.
Sakto siya.
One-liner jud siya nga ano.
But correct, like it encompasses everything we said earlier nga really. If you really like the person, you can wait it out. If it's for you, if it's for the both of you guys, that the relationship and the friendship or whatever, it will be patient. It will come through, even though it will take time.
And if it's not for you, then another person will come in na pwede mo makitaan, di ba?
Exactly. And so with that ends our episode for today. That was Love is on Air. Don't forget to follow our socials. That's DYUP Sugbo on Facebook, DYUP Sugbo _UPC on TikTok, Twitter, and X. So TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, and X. Oh wait, it's the same app. Sorry. Anyway, once again, this is Dear Oble, your avenue to be heard.
One confession at a time.
Sulat mo.
Basa ko.
Bye!
Alin nang makiduyog, andam namin maminaw.
gusto kanimo ug dugay na pud ni na kung gustong ikla.
Kini ang batbat, kini ang batbat, kini ang batbat. Handumanan sa kagahapon, kagawasan gilupong. Mga tingog ipahilom, mga damgo giwagtang. Apan ang kamatuuran diligyod natong mapungang bisan unsa ka kangipit adunay ka hayag nga mo tumaw. Sa mga sugilanon kahapon ipadayon kita sa pagbangon. Ang kasakit sa kagahapon magdala og hustisya sa kadugay. Kini ang batbat, kini ang batbat, kini ang batbat.
Maayong adlaw sa atong mga tigpaminaw karong Biyernes, November 15, 2024. This is the special radio talk program called BATBAT, Kabatan-unan Hinundumi ang Balaod Militar, brought to you by PS21 students. I am Chaya Marquez, and today we'll be talking about the human side of martial law in the Philippines, particularly the personal stories of individuals who lived through its abuses. But before all that, let's hear some powerful words written by Jose Lacaba, aka Ruben Cuevas, with the title Prometheus Unbound.
Prometheus Unbound. Mars shall glow tonight. Artemis is out of sight. Rust in the twilight sky colors a bloodshot eye, or shall I say that dust sunders the sleep of the just. Hold fast to the gift of fire. I am rage, I am wrath, I am ire. The vulture sits on my rock, licks at the chains that mock, and emancipation's breath reeks of death, death, death. Death shall not unclench me. I am earth, wind, and sea. Kisses bestow on the brave that defy the damp of the graves, and strike the chill hand of death with the flaming sword of love. Orion stirs. The vulture retreats from the hard, pure thrust of the spark that burns. Unbounds, departs, returns, to pluck out of death's fist a god who dared to resist. Hello everyone, I'm Adriana or Addy, Chaya's partner for today's BATBAT episode. So the poem that I read just now was published during the Marcos Sr.'s martial law regime. Lacaba cleverly used Greek mythology as an allegory to criticize the dictatorship. He used Prometheus as a representative of Filipinos suffering under the martial rule. So is this your first time hearing about this, Chaya?
Actually, Adi, I have heard about this on our previous class sa PS21, no? But, yeah, since it's not my first time hearing it, would you, give me a background on the story or observations when you read that poem?
So, actually, each stanza's first letter, when combined vertically, spells out Marcos Hitler Dictadura Tuta. So, Marcos Hitler Dictator Puppet. So, which is such a powerful and subversive statement condemning the authoritarian rule. So, this poem became an influential work of resistance literature during this time.
Grabihan, no? If ako, first ako nga pag-read, kay wala ko kabantay jud sa, the allegory nga gigamit nila nga. It was just so clever for him to use such technique. But kana siya it's really important jud during that time ang use sa literature, especially media during martial law. But then kabaluta nga most of the writings and especially media outlets were mostly subjected to censorship, na ay mga subversive claims, and Lacaba's poem was just one of many examples of how
Philippine literature evolved during that time. Okay, during that time, no, it became more focused on exploitation, injustices, and especially resistance. So, I guess it's understandable that writers had to be more cautious in their criticisms, and it is also like a way or for them to express their protest through metaphors and allegory.
And also, actually, the Philippine literature was able to capture and preserve the realities of Filipinos, which of course include their deaths, abuses, and other human rights violations. So today's episode will actually focus less on loss and more on the lives, the real and often painful experiences of people who endured martial law firsthand. So we're discussing stories that show not just the political landscape, but the actual cost paid by ordinary people.
Absolutely. We're talking about individuals who faced arbitrary arrests, torture, disappearances, things that sound like they belong in a horror story. So, just a few disclaimer lang to our listeners out there. There may be sensitive topics and descriptions on how these people faced or how they narrate their own stories and experiences during martial law. And one of the people that we'll be talking about is a Cebuano named Democrito Barcenas, an activist and the vice mayor in Karkar, Cebu. Barcenas was well known for his involvement in progressive groups such as the Movement for Advancement of Nationalism, so he suspected he'd be targeted. On September 23, 1972, 2 days after Philippine President Ferdinand E. Marcos placed the country under martial law, a jeep load of military officers came to the residence of Barcenas in Karkar City. The officers informed him that he was invited to join them at Camp Serios Menia in Cebu City, adding that he was not allowed to say no to the invitation. He was actually arrested right at home in front of his pregnant wife and 1-year-old daughter. They took him to Camp Serios Menia in Cebu, where he was held along with other activists. He was the 9th person to be taken by the Philippine Constabulary and was detained without being charged for 90 days.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, it's chilling to think about how these detainees, a lot of them were actually student activists or students in general, and others were labor leaders, and they were thrown into this horrible limbo. So they had no clue what was coming next and no idea if they would ever make it out. So actually, when Barcenas was being brought in, detainees, including the now retired Judge Menrado Paredes, thought that Barcenas was there to help them, as he usually helped activists. But however, in an interview, Paredes said, and I quote, "Attorney Barcenas arrived in the afternoon. We were all very happy. We clapped because we thought our lawyer had arrived. But then we saw that he was being fingerprinted. And there were also these constant threats. They were told that they'd be sent to Corregidor Island, this place with a reputation for terrible, inhumane prison conditions where nobody could visit them. They were also told that charges of subversion were filed against them in the military tribunal. Plus, his wife, Lourdes, who was then 8 months pregnant, traveled around 80 kilometers back and forth every day, only to be given 5 minutes to talk to Democrito. He said, those were sleepless nights. I had only my wife's visits to console me, since my friends and colleagues were afraid to visit me, lest they'd be arrested too." So just imagine the mental toll of all of that. It wasn't just worrying about your own well-being, but also the safety of your wife and children. So when his second child was born, Democrito had to be accompanied by 4 fully armed soldiers when he visited the hospital. So it was psychological torture day after day, living with that dread. So even after his release, he wasn't completely free. It was a conditional type of freedom. Democrito had to report every 2 weeks to the military camp, and he was prohibited from issuing press releases or giving interviews, and he was not allowed to leave the province without a permit from the military. So although Democrito wasn't physically tortured, that constant fear and uncertainty left deep scars. It was enough to haunt someone for a lifetime.
Ang grabihan no ning Adi. Ang story ni Attorney Democrito, I heard that he was like very active during that time and also was helping student activists to get out of
Yeah.
prison, right? Pero just for the sake of people out there who actually have not heard these types of stories, they may ask, no, why are we talking about this in PS21? Sa importance niya and what do we get from hearing these stories? If I were to answer my own question, personally, ang kaninga mga personal accounts really help us understand the depth of resilience that people had during that time and like the courage it took to just survive and knowing the high cost of standing up for freedom, which is their lives. And I think people should also understand nga ang society, if built on sacrifice of innocent lives, isn't really a free society, which was advocated by the Marcoses na it's a new society, it's a free society, which is not the case. And it is just caught this practice no nga pagpatay sa mga inosente nga mga tao or pag dakop sa ilaha nga walay sakto nga pag charge or wala sila conviction, wala ni agi sa bureaucratic process, due process, no, ning mas stuck dito sa cycle of fear and repression, which was also said by Democrito nga iyang mga friends hadlok nga
to visit lang.
Yeah, just to visit lang. So again, freedom flourishes man good when human rights are upheld, not when lives are taken or abused. So these stories really remind us of the realities like beyond the textbook that we read, no? Okay. Of course, daghan sad pud kaayong censorship. That's a different talk, no, on the educational sector nga. There were a lot of accounts or like historical facts nga that weren't really published because of course ang mga Marcoses kinaragod gihapon sila galamay to be able to restore revise history on their perspectives that favor their family and their people. So yeah, it goes beyond the textbooks and headlines that we often see. It makes their narratives of the story more raw, real, and then kag na immediate nga reaction towards it ba. And hearing these stories really show up or like highlight the ang kung unsa ka dangerous ang unchecked power, especially during martial law in the Philippines. How about you?
For me, actually, like hearing these stories like of Democritus makes the period of martial law even more real than it already is to me, because this actually happened in Cebu, a place where I grew up in. And before, when we would learn about martial law, it would always be about stories and events that took place in Manila or somewhere there in Luzon. So it was, I guess, it gave me a new perspective on it. Of how martial law was like in the place where I am familiar with, a place that I grew up in. So it was really disheartening to hear that Democrito and many others were unjustly punished and imprisoned just because they were fighting for their rights. And it's hard to believe that something this inhumane just happened around 53 years ago, which, if you can think about it, it's not that long ago. It's fairly recent. It's relatively recent. So it is very important for the past, present, and future generations to continue to remember this period for the justice of all victims. So, actually, after basically he was released, Democrito, he actually joined the Free Legal Assistance Group, or FLAG for short, founded by Senator Diokno during the darkest years of martial law. He explained, and I quote, "The main purpose was to defend thousands of detainees languishing in several detention centers in the country. We did not just limit ourselves to the victims of political prisoners, but we also defended victims of human rights violations like the urban poor, the farmers, the students, and other marginalized sectors of society. Democrito also never refuses invitations to speak at forums and gatherings regarding threats on civil liberties and human rights.
Yeah, no? Ning especially kanang naatay, especially kanang martial law Day of Remembrance. Democrito is very active along with retired Judge Paredes and other survivors during martial law, no? Tong victims during martial law ng mga student activists that were unjustly detained. So yeah, ning like what you said, ning very active and ga-continue ragi hapon ang fight for human rights, especially sa katong mga people who are really vulnerable to it, like the indigenous peoples, the marginalized sectors. So yeah, and also like maybe we can also insert because I also heard that there's like a book that was published by their group, no, nila ni attorney Democrito and his friends. So would you like to talk more about
So
it?
actually, this book was called Martial Law in Cebu: Stories of Life and Struggle During the Marcos Dictatorship, and they launched it back in September 21, 2022. So this is actually a collection of first-hand accounts of various personalities during martial law who experienced harassment during this dark period. So some of these writers or contributors were retired Judge Paredes, Russell Mojares, and Judge Kit Enriquez. So efforts like these are very, very important, especially now in this age of where this information is very rampant and could be easily disseminated because of social media, right? So our history is blatantly being revised right before our very eyes. When Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. rose to power and ultimately won the presidency. So on that note, let us remember this quote said by Democrito, which he said, "Never abandon this country or immigrate to foreign shores. Let us stay here and continuously struggle, because every struggle for freedom and democracy is worth it."
That's just one of 3 real-life stories we want to highlight on this episode, and we'll talk more about it after this short break.
Mahala na sa ito nun ay.
Mao gyud. Sus, sa panahon sa martial law sa una, makapalit na guro tag hapit 50 ka kilo nga bugas anang 50 pesos.
Ante, angkol, kabalo ba mo nga dito sa panahon sa martial law nagsugod ang pagtaas sa presyo sa mga palitunon?
Sure oy, binuang. Kita man gani pinakadato sa tibok asya ato sa una.
So, sa sehudana naman good tukol. Sa wala pa gideklara ang martial law, naglisod na pud tadaan, ni gamay ang balor sa piso ug nitaas ang dato sa unemployment. Nabaon pa jud tas utang sa World Bank suka nagsugod ang giyera sa Middle East, nya nitaas ang presyo sa gas ug niubos ang atong kita.
Mao ba dong? Nakabot pa man gud mi sa panahon sa martial law. Hapsayer man to sa una.
Ang misinformation mahimo makapagrabi sa mga hagit sa ekonomiya ug sosyal nga kagubot. Isip mga katawhan sa atong nasod, kinahanglan nato nga kritikal nga susiwon ang mga tinubdan sa balita, i-verify ang mga pangagkon ug i-share ang husto nga impormasyon aron mapaligon ang atong mga komunidad. Ang atong awhag, never again, never forget. Paminaw sa atong paghisgot bahin sa balaod militar diri sa BATBAT, usa ka espesyal nga programa nga mag-abli sa pultahan sa kagahapon. Kabatan-unan, hinumdumi ang kasaysayan ug kamatuoran sa balaod militar.
Welcome back to today's episode of BATBAT, where we delve into the abuses during the martial law era and its aftermath. Previously, we talked about attorney Democrito Barcenas, no, a human rights lawyer and former vice mayor of Carcar. So our next story naman is a 22-year-old guy named Santiago Matela, who was just living a normal life, no? And then never good siya naka-appeal of any political activity. And then one day, he was just playing basketball. Like a very peaceful moment for him. But out of nowhere, he was arrested and then detained. And then that moment really changed for him. Kay,
kato siya ning like normal day lang, and then right after that he endured like a very unimaginable torture. Like according to his narration, he said that he was stripped, beaten with rattan sticks, and even tied naked to a block of ice. Like he said na, and I quote, "They beat me up and they didn't stop until I passed out," he said. And he's even narrated that they even used electric shocks on his private parts, and afterwards they would throw him in a very dark cell. And of course, when Matella narrated his own side of the story, the military actually just wanted him to confess that he was a communist now. But then this 22-year-old guy is just playing basketball and never even attended any political activity in his life. And ayun, they just wanted him to pinpoint or have a fallout guide that would actually say that he's a communist. And then they beated him and tortured him. And they also wanted him to confess that he actually was doing crimes that he didn't commit, like organizing protests and throwing grenades down in public areas. And they used every form of abuse just to force him to confess the things that he never did. Ang ning striking sa story ni Matella was that he shared this story to his children. But then his children daw murag niingon nga unsay purpose sa pagstorya ani that happened already in the past, unsay importance ani, or iyang anak even showed a doubt on the history or experiences na he shared, because they really thought it's maybe made up or wala lang. And then kana siya, but then he said that he did, the more he was motivated for other people to know that these things actually happened during martial law, and these the histories of martial law should not be forgotten. Kana siya ning I think another story we could talk about would be a story of a real student activist naman, but what happened to him. That was just Matella's story. So I know you've prepared a story for us, Annie.
Yes, our third story actually centers on Archimedes Trajano. He was actually 21 years old, so just a year younger than Matella, right? And he was a student from Mapua Institute of Technology. And it was 1977, and there was actually a conference or a talk which was held by 21-year-old Amy Marcos, the president's daughter. So in the question and answer portion of the talk, Archimedes actually asked Amy Marcos why she was the national chairperson of the Kabataang Barangay, a government-backed youth group that was heavily criticized. So must the Kabataang Barangay be headed by the president's daughter? He asked. So, however, this basically changed the trajectory of his life, because after this, he was forcibly taken from the event, and what followed was brutal.
Yeah, I heard about this story, sa ato nga class na he was tortured daw for 12 to 36 hours. I wala pa exact time, pero muna siya ang range of the torture that he endured. And then kana siya as if if his voice wasn't enough of a threat to their power, they threw him out of a second floor window. So lifeless na siya sa streets in Manila on September 2, 1977.
And actually, his parents, his parents saw him in the streets. So when they uncovered the blanket that was covering him, the mom couldn't believe it. Why him daw? Why him? And actually, what they told the parents was that he was involved in a dormitory brawl of some sort.
Yeah.
Well, actually, witnesses came forward and said that they saw him being taken out from the forum, from the conference, right? And actually, his story wasn't even published in the newspapers, because obviously
the Marcoses were in control
of the media.
Of the media.
Exactly.
So not only did they break his right to speak, they even took his life. No, like imagine like you would just want to like speak up maybe or like ask a question, and then wala na ning after
cost you
that
your life.
yeah, it cost you your life, like just to even question their credibility as a leader or maybe their efforts or anything that they do. Wala na, you're immediately targeted.
Yeah.
Ano na ka? That's
That's
it.
it.
That's the end of you. So that's just very scary, no? Kay aside from other student activists, another story that I heard is Lilio Sahilau's story, communication arts student from Pamantasang ng Lungsod ng Maynila or PLM. He was drunkenly tortured and raped by military, which led to her death, and she was the first recorded political prisoner to die in detention during martial law. Damn.
That's very
Oh my god, I'm so sorry for the word, but imagine ning grabiha jud ka vulnerable ang mga student activists during that time. Now that we've heard three stories na pala,
Yeah,
kay
three stories.
Attorney Barcenas, Santiago Matela, and Archimedes Trajano. Maybe we could like give a synthesis or like our own reaction to the last two stories. No?
I'll
Why
go
don't you-
first.
Yes,
Yeah.
sure.
So I would just want to talk about Santiago's story. So he was only held captive, I think, for around 3 months, and that's it, right? But even until now, he's still fighting for justice for him and every other martial law victim. Because apparently, back in 2022 in Caloocan, as the campaigns was still, running for the presidency, obviously, Bongbong Marcos was a very popular pick among the people, right? Which obviously, naturally, he would be alarmed. Like, why would people want the son of the dictator, the son of the person who's responsible for his abuse, basically, right? So him and other martial law victims actually went around giving leaflets to people, sharing their experiences. But however, they were met with, not the support that they needed or deserved.
Yeah.
So they were actually there's this one woman who even said that it did not happen to me. So meaning what they're saying is fake news.
Yeah. So, I mean, daghan jud kayong mga stories or like claims about that na all these stories that we've heard from the survivors mismo nga, they're fiction, they're made up,
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
not true because it didn't happen to me. And
Back in the day, it was such a golden
And
age.
People now, the younger generation, are vulnerable to these types of claims tungod kay they did not experience it.
Exactly.
Right? They weren't there. So, kana siya. Like, I also just want to talk about Trajano's tragedy, no? Ning gipakita jud nga ang widespread abuse of power and like kung unsa ka deprive og basic human rights and freedom of expression, especially among student activists. And just want to share nga ang family actually ni Trajano ni file sila sa case sa Hawaiian court.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in 1986 against Amy Marcos and the military leader Fabian Ver, and for them to be responsible for his wrongful death. And actually, the Hawaiian court ruled in favor of Trajano's family, and ang Trajano family, they were able to get they were awarded with family damages. And kana siya ning the Hawaiian court even said that his torture and death were like clear violations of international law. But despite this, Trajanos couldn't the Trajano family couldn't just be paid, that's life.
Exactly.
And kana siya. The vulnerability of activists, especially especially among students who dare to speak out during martial law, kay persist gyapon ang vulnerability until now, because wala na ning
Kamantay ka ng mga stories nga you can hear nga they will be captured wrongfully. They were just doing an immersion.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I actually just can't name names, but there are a lot, right? Especially among students here in UP. It's not something new, no, that we hear stories about this. And kanasha. Just to maybe wrap things up, would you like to say a point of reflection on the stories that we've heard today?
As we continue to reflect on the stories we've heard today, it's impossible not to recognize the chilling reality that human rights violations like extrajudicial killings and enforced disappearances are still a grave issue here in the Philippines. So there's even data that shows over 2,000 documented cases of enforced disappearances since martial law, and the numbers are still rising. So these enforced disappearances violate fundamental human rights, the right to liberty, security, a fair trial, and to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. So this is something we cannot ignore. So it's a stark reminder of how easily voices of dissent, especially those who stand for truth and justice, can be erased.
Yeah, I also just want to share the first documented desaparecido during martial law was Charlie Del Rosario, who's a 27-year-old youth leader. Again, as a youth, who was abducted by suspected intelligence agents in 1971. And sadly, his story is not quite unique because it happened na to a lot of students, to youth leaders. So since then, nanay mga enforced disappearances that have continued across different administrations from Aquino, Macapagal, a lot more. Yeah, Duterte especially, including the current one. So in fact, just in the first year of Marcos Jr.'s presidency, 11 more Filipinos have gone missing, adding to the long, painful list. And also, another thing is red tagging, which is also a human rights violation. Okay, this is not again something new for the students. Unfortunately. But then again, for other people to understand, this is a human rights violation because it falsely accuses individuals of being threats to national security. And for just speaking out or opposing to the administration. And students and community leaders have experienced harassment, violence, and even killings, and such unjust practice violates our right to free expression, atuang security, like what you said, due process, and kanang create ko siya og kanang fear, and for them to be able to silence the dissenting voices.
So these violations, like those explored in Lacaba's Prometheus Unbound, highlight how the state silences dissent, erasing those who stand for truth and justice. So the urgent need to pass laws that protect our most basic rights. Stay with us as we continue this important conversation. Once again, this is BATBAT.
Mga sugilanon kahapon, ipadayon kita sa pagbangon. Ang kasakit sa kagahapon, magdala ang hustisya sa kadugay. Kini ang batbat, kini ang batbat, kini ang batbat.
Maayong hapon UP Cebu ug sa tanan nato mga kaubang tigpaminaw. Kini ang inyong programa nga BATBAT, Historical Context and Reasons of Declaring Martial Law. Ug aduna kitay espesyal nga episode karon nga giuluhan og demokrasya gyud ba? Ako day si Ian Guanzon ug mag-uban kita aron hisgutan ang kalisod sa kinabuhi ug ang pangutana sa kagawasan alang sa katawhan. Unsay kahulugan niini alang sa demokrasya nga atong nasinati karon? Sa panahon sa martial law, daghan ang nangutana ug hangtod karon nagpadayon ang pangutana. Tinuod nga demokrasya na gyud ba? Padayon lang sa pag-uban, mga kauban, kay sugdan nato ang atong mainit nga diskusyon sa demokrasya gyud ba uban ang Provincial Coordinator sa Kabataan Party List Cebu, si Carmel Mata. Maayong buntag Carmel Mata. Kumusta man ang imuhang biyahe paingon diri no?
Mayong buntag sa tanan, okay ra akong biyahe no, relatively smooth ra ang daghan sa traffic.
Sige, basin pwede pod magpaila sa kaugalingon.
Maayong buntag, balik na sa tanan. Ako dahil si Carmel Angela Mata, ang current na Provincial Coordinator sa Kabataan Party List Cebu o elected Vice Chairperson. Ni-graduate ko sa UP Cebu sa kursong BS Management.
Ayan. So dako jud ang ato ang kauban karon no nga gikan siya sa KPL Cebu. Ug usa pod ka graduate mismo sa UP Cebu nga sa kursong BS Management. So ayun, short history lang no kung unsa ang discussion nato karon. So bahin siya sa martial law diri sa Pilipinas ug kani pagtuki jud siya or paghatag og reflection sa democratic values and governance. So sa panahon sa martial law, grabe jud ang nahitabo nga mga human rights violations, ang mga pagpangatake sa atong mga democratic rights no. Gali it was marked by authoritarian rule, suppression of civil liberties, and widespread human rights abuses. So, the fall of Marcos and the restoration of democratic institution in 1986 with the People Power Revolution was a pivotal moment in the Philippine history. However, nagyapoy pangutana kung tinuod na bugyod nga demokrasya ang ato ang nasinati. But before we answer that question, sugdan nato sa una nato nga segment no, or sa una nato nga pangutana kung unsa di ay ang mga panghitabo sa martial law sa una, unsa ang democratic values and characteristics sa panahon sa una ug naa ba jay democracy?
So kanano sa panahon sa martial law, makita nato sa datos pa lang no, sa pipila ang gipang abduct, gipang torture, gipang pahilom no, nga mga aktivista, no, mga student leader. Makita nato nga halos walay demokrasya no, mingon gayta nga walay demokrasya no niya. Dito pod nato makita nga unsa di ay ang ugat hinungdan nga no martial law. Di ba usually gina-justify man nga nag-martial law tungod kasi ginagrally no, gubot na kaayo ang Pilipinas mo nang kinahanglan siya order so mag-martial law ta. Pero tan-awon nato unsa di ay pod ang ekonomikanhong kahimtang no sa nasod ato. Grabe ang oil price hike, ang tuition hike, no, grabe ang economic crisis, no, nga nagtukmod sa masang kaestudyantehhan, no, o nagtukmod sa masa nga mubarog siyang katungod ug mo expose and oppose sa kahimtang, no, ekonomikanhong kahimtang atong time. Tinuod man nga tungod sa kanang grabe nga krisis, ni ulbo jud no ang kanang first quarter storm, no, ang baga lapad no nga kanang protesta no, lihok protesta no sa atong kaestudyantehhan, mga mag-uuma, mga mamumuo. Ug mao kini ang gihimong modag justification nga kailangan mag-martial law kay gubot na. Pero sa tinuod lang dili kana rason. Pero ang pinaka rason kay ang thirst ni Marcos sa gahom, no, nga dili siya ganahan nga naay mo kontra niya. Ganahan lang siya og peace sa konteksto nga walay musukol, no, walay musupak, no. So inana ang kahimtang sa martial law nga ganahang kabuton niya kay peace pinaagi sa pagpahilom, no? Pero dili ang healthy nga pag-exercise nato sa atong demokrasya, sa atong right to voice out our concerns.
Sakto jud no nga sa panahon sa martial law, grabe jud kaayo kahagipot ang ato ang kasinatian sa una. Gali dili lang ang mga estudyante gyud ang mga nakasinatian ni multisectoral jud siya nga problema. For example sa atong mga mag-uuma walay tarong nga pag-improve sa kanang ilahang panginahanglanon. Ang mga mamumuo nagpadayon nga naga-face og kanang dili makabuhi nga suhulan og mga nagkalain-lain pa gyud nga mga issue. O gali tungod ani nga mga issue nga nasinati sa katawhan, usa jud ang kabatan-unan sa giingon pa ni Carmel no nga kana usa jud siya nga nanguna sa pag-oppose jud sa panahon sa diktadorya kay kana dako man sa jud ang ato ang role isip kita pod kay kana napatay sikhay na kumilos isip mga batanon pa siya ana so mo to ang kabatan-unan nahimo jud siyang forefront sa panahon sa dictatorship gali nato yung mga nagkadaiya nga mga grupo no sama sa SQAUP ba to sa UP or SQAUP o kanang sa mga demokratikong kabataan o gali ang kabataang makabayan po jud. So mana nakita pod nato nga base pa jud sa datos no gikan sa Amnesty International and the Philippine Commission on Human Rights sa panahon sa tuig sa 1972 hangtod 1986 naadyoy at least 70,000 individuals who were imprisoned and napoy estimated nga 3,200 people who were killed for political reasons. Nya kani maora ni ang mga recorded. Ang panguntahan na pila jud kaha ang kanang mga kaso pagyud sa katong mga katawhan nga nakigbisog sa una para sa ilang demokratikong katungod pero wala sila na record kay of course lisod man sa jud ang recording sa una kay diretso una kag patay, diretso una kag ambush na wala na kay ka dulngan. So mana dali ra jud nato masabtan no nga tungod ani nga mga violations makita jud nato nga wala jay democracy sa panahon sa diktadoryang Marcos. Pero of course, tungod sa kawalaan sa demokrasya, ato ada yung pangutan-on ang ato ang guest speaker no. Kung unsa day ang mga gibuhat sa kabatan-unan kaniadto, unsa nga mga forms of resistance ang mga nahitabo in order to protect the democratic rights, in order to reclaim our democratic rights no.
Usa ka dakong ehemplo ana kay ang first quarter storm. Jud gani naapod ta dili sa Cebu no kaugalingon natong dagway sa first quarter storm. Nakita nato kanang archives gikan sa Freeman nga nakabutang dito nga article nga 1970s kay year of protest jud sa Cebu. Lain-lain nga mga lihok protesta nga panguluhan og ni participate ang mga kabatan-unang estudyante sama dito sa CIT no sa USJR nga mga bit-bit ani na mga kampanya kay no to tuition fee increases no. Gani tungod sa inani na mga lihok protesta, syempre ato na panahon ang tubag pod no sa estado kay pagpanghilom gani pagpamatay pod. So naapoy mga nabiktima sama sila ni na Ramundoong sa kanang sa CITU no og uban pang mga estudyante no nga na nabiktima namatay tungod sa mga lihok protesta. So dako ni siya no moabot silang mga pipila no like thousands man siguro to or nga mga kanang pagkasaog mga lihok protesta. Usapod ka mayor nga tampo sa kabatan ng estudyante. Syempre isip kabatan ng estudyante na atay katakos nga magtuki. No usapod na ka dakong tampo sa ka estudyantehan nga nagtuon ta sa tong katilingban, no nagtuki ta sa tong katilingban. Ug bali sa ato ang pagtuon wala ta nahigot no sa four walls of our classroom. Pero gitun-an jud nato ang unsay tinuod nga kahimtang no sa masang nakibisog. Kana no ang mga lihok nga panguluhan no sa ato ang kabatan-unan pinaagi sa first quarter storm.
Yeah, actually no kay sa amo ang klase pod sa PhilStat 21 karon nagtabi nami bahin sa kuan kanang resistance resistance na siya nga topic ug usa sa among discussion kay localized version na siya sa unsa day ang kanang gipambuhat nga mga lihok protesta sa Kabatanunan kay namanggoy myth daw nga giingon niya ang martial law kuno nahitabo ra ni siya sa Metro Manila kay dito raman daw gina-report ang mga abduction, ang mga pagpamatay, ang mga pagpanghadlok pod pero mao to kanang naay usa ka article sad namo nga gi-discuss namo sa among klase og kanang about gisulat ni siya ni Resel Mojares og gali ni Carlo Michael Mongaya nga kana naadyo ay resistance pod nga nahitabo diri sa Cebu jud mismo nga usa sa jud ang Kabatanunan sa Sugbo no sa kanang mga nangulo nga resist against the tyranny sa usa ka pasista nga estado no. So mao to siya kanang nakita jud nato nga dako jud ang role sa Kabatanunan. So diri no ato ang pangutana na pod kanang of course kay ni resist man ang mga Kabatanunan unsa may nahitabo after sa panahon sa katong year of protest unsa may nadaog nato atong time.
Syempre naapod dira ang kanang aside sa mga lihok protesta kay ang paghugpong jud sa mga Kabatanunan di ba nito ang mga kabataang makabayan SDK mga after pud ana kay nadira pud ang mga lalaing mga organisasyon sama sa League of Filipino Students no nga mao ang nangulo jud sa usa sa mga nangulo sa kanang pagbitbit sa masang kampanya no sa atong Kabatanunang estudyante naapod dira ang eventually ang nakabot nga people power revolution no nga kanang lapad no hiniusang masa ang nagtapok naghiusang dili na musugot nga mulingkod gihapon si Marcos sa pwesto. No, so usapod siya kadakong kadaugan nga kung asa napatalsik si Marcos. So makita nato unsa di ay ka-powerful ang imuhang mass movement, imuhang mass action no nga pag-reclaim siya sa demokrasya no sa ato ang nasod no nga lapad no sa masang katawhan ang ni kuyog ni marcha para mapatalsik si Marcos no. So
nindot sad nung sa panahon sa people power mo go back lang gyapon ko sa discussion niya ang Cebu gali kay naadjud siya big nga role para hunungon ang dictatorship ni Marcos kay kana gali mo look back lang ka naadjud ay nahitabo sa Cebu pod ato nga time kay siguro even before ko naabot sa UP or even few years lang ko sa UP wadyo ko kay balo nga usa sa day ang Cebu nga nangulusad sa protesta gali kung mahimo no nindot gali kaayo nga opportunity nga naa tay klase karon sa PhilStud 21 kay mahimo jud siya nga kanang avenue ba nga makabalota nga unsa pa day ang mga nahitabo sa panahon sa martial law especially sa atong locality here sa Cebu like unsa ang atong mga kasinatian unsa ang mga gina face nga struggle sa una at the same time giunsa pod nato pag-resist against this struggles so mao to kanang usapod sa ako ang gi-discuss kay nag-reporting naman sad mi bahin anin no sad sa akong gi-discuss ato nga suggestion pod ni Sir JT kay kato nga dapat ang PhilStud 21 dili lang siya mahigot sa UP Cebu or UP system kay actually gina-adapt naman niya siya sa UP system ang PhilStud 21 so of course na sila ing aning program course. So, mo to ginasuggest pod na ako nga what if i-able pod na siya, mo ilabi pod na siya sa other nga mga university sa Cebu kay sama sa USC kay usa pod ba siya sa dako nga kanang eskwelahan pod nga nangulo sa panahon sa first quarter storm nya daghan sa judtog mga kabatanunan gali ang USJR nga ginatawag pa nato at sa una og si SJR ang CITU naman to daan no ang UC CCC pa to sa una if I remember correctly kana nga mga eskwelahan ba wala ta kay balo kani sa day sila nga mga eskwelahan kay naglead pud di ay gali ang katon Southwestern University ang University of Visayas pud kay na mention pud sa readings so kana siya nga kanang if makaibalo lang ka ang mga kabatanunan sadno nga ingani da ay ka dako ang ato ang movement basin pud ma-inspire pud sila to kanang continue no the torch of the resistance jud sa tiraniya. So karon safe to say makaingon jud ta nga wala jud demokrasya sa panahon sa dictatorship. Nya although after nadaog nato ang ato ang kampanya sa pag hawa ni Ferdinand Marcos isip diktador, ang pangutana na pud karon unsa naman ang nahitabo sa demokrasya after sa panahon sa dictatorship? Tinuod na ba gyud nga naay democracy? Mao na ang atong pangutana. So unsa kay masulti sa ato ang provincial coordinator sa KPL Cebu?
Sige. Una no, para sa ako, dili pa jud ta kaingon nga kanang nakabuot nato ang tinuod nga demokrasya. Una, tan-awon lang nato ang 2022 elections, no, grabe ang disinformation, no, nga kanang widespread nga disinformation nga og tan-awon nato balik ta unsa ditong pag-ila sa state, no. Ang state siya manggod ang ag-anan ang tool nimo sa ruling class para ipadayon iyahang gahom, no, ipadayon iyahang gahom. Kinsa man di ang nag-control sa media, kinsa nag-control sa ato education system, no, kinsang influence, no, ang nag-control sa itong education system, sa media, culture, etc. No, og tan-awon nato first pa lang daan sa itong education system. Kinsa ta man ay access sa free education, free and quality education, no. Gani sa Cebu pa lang daan kanang tulura atong state universities, no. Gani ning rise pud to ang kanang discussion or debate about kanang musugot ba ta nga na ay dato sulod sa UP, di ba? Pero in the first place, dili ta dapat nag-inilugay, no? Dili ta dapat nag-inilugay kung accessible ang education, no? Ug tan-awon po nato economically, dili makabuhi, no, ang suhulan. Gani di gani siya ka sustain sa imong daily needs. What more sa imong tuition, no? Og tan-awon po nato, for example sa media, no, ang katong gabi nga disinformation pag distort, no, sa imong history, no. So naay laing-laing pamaagi nga systemic na pamaagi sa pagpalabnaw or paghikaw sa imong demokrasya. Naapod dira ang for example ang pagpanghadlok, no, pagtukod sa terror law sa NKKLKL nga ikaw mismo mahadlok na nga mo exercise mo right, no. Ako isip usapod sa biktima sa giduulan og militar sa ilahang balay, no, nga niadto sa balay gi ask akong parents if kanang if unsa gi-convince akong parents if pwede ba daw ko nga muhunong na nga pagka-active sa Kabataan Party List Cebu. So unsa di ay business sa militar, sa Air Force Intelligence in the first place nga muadto sa amua nga ingnan ko sa unsa ang dili pwede na akong joinan nga organization. Dili ba din na ako katungod, no, nga mupili og asa ko nga organisasyon. Dili ba din na katungod na ako nga mag-organisa, no. Lain-lain, no, nga dagway sa tamak, no, sa ato ang katungod, no. Dili lang naadira ang red tagging, no, nga magduha-duha na lang doon ka in the first place og voice out imong concern kay mahadlok ka ma-red tag, no, or kanang ma-affiliate sa mga gina-red tag na mga organizations, no. Tutuod man lain na siya dagway. Pero makita nimo nga tungod anang fear mongering, mag-hesitate na noon kag exercise mo right in the first place. So in ana kahagipot gihapon ang kahimtang, no, dili ta kaingon nga after martial law, after people power nga nausab na nato ang kahimtang. Pero og kay kung tan-awon nato karon nagpabilin man gihapon ang kabulok sa sistema. Nagpabilin ang kawalay suhulan. Nagsigi gihapon saka ang tuition, no. Gani nagpabilin gihapon nga ginapahilom ang mga musukol, ginapahilom ang mga nagbarog lamang silang katungod, no. Naagihapon tayo makita sa news yung mga abduction, no, pagpamatay, extrajudicial killings, no. So dito makaingon nga nausab ang kahimtang, no. Gani nag-emphasize lang siya sa unsa ka sistematiko ang ugat hinungdan nganong naglisod ang masang Pilipino, no. So at the end of the day, syempre given the inani nga kahimtang, padayon man gihapon no nga organisa nagsalmot sa mga lihong protesta ang atong mga kabatanon estudyante ug ang masa, no. Nga padayon gihapon natong ginakabuot ang ginatawag natong social change, no, nga sa pag-usab nimo sa imong sistema nanginahanglan ka og lapad, no, nga kolektibong action para makabot na.
Sige, tinuod jud no nga paghuman jud sa panahon sa dictatorship, it was not democracy. Kay kung tan-awon nato, kung gilabel nato si Marcos is dictator, naraman sa lain phase of oppression ang nakita nato. Gali paghuman ni Marcos, nipuli ang mga Aquino nga nagtuota nga gisalbar ta sa mga Aquino, pero at the end of the day, kuan ra po dahil sila, thirsty ra po dahil sila sa power, hungry ra po dahil sila sa kanang mga wealth nga pwede nila makuha. So mao to pagkahuman sa dictatorship, gali makita nato katong massacre pod sa panahon ni Aquino nga mga mag-uuma kay iyang ginamasaker. Paghuman ni Aquino gipulihan og mga another na pod nga mga officials nga mga corrupt ra pod hantod naabot na dayon si Arroyo nya sundan dayon og lain na pod nga Aquino nya mo to pag abot na pa jud ni Duterte, grabe kaayo kay dira na jud to gipasa ang terror law, no. So mao na ginatawag gali sa ubang mga people, no, nga kana jud martial law noon, terror law ngayon. O kana makita nato nga tungod sa terror law naa jay mga lain-lain nga mga manifestations nga makita gyapon nato sa panahon sa diktadoryang Marcos. Gali ang katong red tagging kay naman say mabasa man sa nato sa atong mga reading sa PhilStat 21, no. Grabe pud ang red scare ni Marcos sa una kay tungod daw na mga komunista ing ana mao na yung kahadlok nga tungod kuno mapulihan na sa mga komunista ang kanang government ing ana. Pero kung tan-awon nimo, ang iyara jud ay pinakatumong kay para kontrolon niya ang power. Ugali kana nakita nato nga ang mga Duterte karon ug Marcos kay gatigi jud sila maayo kay para kana magilugay sila kung kinsa na pud ang mudaog. Gali sa karon na gali nga umaabot nga election, okay. Makita jud nimo nga grabe jud ilang kaaway nga galing sa una pag 2022, grabe unity daw. Karon kay tan-awon nimo nga saan naman ni sila kasamaan at kadiliman naman nilang away. Mo to kanang after dayon ana kay makita jud nato nga kato na mga red tagging sa ato ang mga student leaders gali sa Cebu kay grabe jud kaayo mga kung maglista lang ta pertain daghana even ang mga student leaders sa UP Cebu nya kung magrally ta diri padalan tag mga military nga tag-as kay armas usa sa manifestasyon ana no katong commemoration event diri sa UP Cebu katong 1081 exhibit kay naman toy kanang snake rally nga nahitabo niya mo to na-end sa entrance gate niya. Imagine na nakahibalo jud sila nga mag-rally niya pertin daghana sa itong mga estudyante ato nagpadala jud sila og kanang police car and apa jud mga army aside sa mga police. So mo na nga kani nga mga instances no pagpanghadlok ra ni sa ato para i-exercise nato ang atong democratic rights. Ugali kung tan-awon pa jud nato sa mas bigger nga scope no makita jud nato nga until now di man ta free kay ginakontrol man gyapon ta sa mga imperialist nga mga nations sama sa US ug China. Unsa may mga manifestations ana sa China ang pag-ilugay sa West Philippine Sea, gali nadungog na nato sa katong recently held nga UP cookout nga mao sa jud iyang ginabitbit nga pagsupak jud sa imperialismo no. Gali tungod pud ana nga awayan sa teritoryo no, naaghapon ang US ang padayon nga pagpabarog sa iyang mga military bases. Gali diri sa Cebu na ay usa ka military base sa US nga naa sa Lapu-Lapu. So kani siya mga gagmay lang ni siya nga mga kanang accounts no nga until now we are still controlled by a higher being di ay. Ang kani pa jung atong mga leaders diri ginakontrol sila sa mga imperialist nga mga nations. For example, si Duterte ginakontrol siya sa China. Ang mga Marcos kinsa man siya control niya ang US pod mo na tungod kay ganahan sila nga mo invade sa ato ang mga resources. Kay especially ang Philippines baya kabaw baya nga dato jud kay sa mga resources makita jud nato nga kanang nagtry jud ning duha ka mga imperialist nations nga mag-ilugay aron mailaha ang kanang mga resources imbes nga dapat atua isip mga Pilipino kita ang mga kita ang dapat mo benefit ani nya mao na dili jud siya mahitabo kay tungod ang ato mga leaders man pod nahimo man yung puppet pod so mao na nga until now no dako gihapon kaayo nga hagit sa ato ang ipadayon jud ang ato ang panawagan for national democracy no nga dapat natay genuine agrarian reform dapat natay ato ang national industry kay pamaagi ani mas mo dako man ta motubo man ta as a nation sad no nga makabarug tag ato nga walay dili kinahanglan ang mga imperialista nga mga nasod so karon no nga natubag man pud ang ato ang pangutana nga dili jud nato gyapon makita hantod karon ang demokrasya sa panahon nga human na ang martial law. Isip pod kanang gikan sa grupo sa mga kabatan-unan unsa man ang hagit sa ato mga kabatan-unan para i-exercise pod niya ang iyang democratic rights aron kana muuban pod siya sa hanay nga kanang mo resist sa mga tiraniya, mga diktadoryang mga leader. So unsa may pwede natong mabuhat?
So sa mga kabatan-unang estudyante, una, ang pinakaunang angay buhaton kay una magtuon jud. So kani agianan man ni nato sa pagtuon no nga dili lang siya simpleng nagtuon sa martial law pero pinaagi sa pagtuon nato sa martial law nakatuunan nato unsa di ang mas systemic nga problema sa natong nasod no nga dili lang nga tungod sa martial law nakita nato nga dito nagsugod ang problema pero ang problema nagsugod siya long before na no nga usa ka siya sa sistematiko nga problema og dira man nato makatunan masabdan nganong inani di ay ang kahimtang no nga makita nato sa tong eskwelahan no nganong pahilumo ng mga kabatan-unang estudyante nganong pahilumo ng mga student leader nganong hantod karon wala gihapoy makabuhing sulan nganong padayon nga nag-increase ang tuition fee nganong nagpadayon og kaltas sa budget sa edukasyon no so dira man nato masabtan pinaagi sa pagtuon nato sa unsa jud di ay ang deeply rooted nga ugat hinungdan no sa problema sa atong nasod. Human nato pagtuon, syempre unsaon nato pagpopularisa sa atong analysis no sa katalingban no pagmulat pod sa uban natong kaubang kabatan-unang estudyante, friends, family no pag nga kitang tanan natay hiniusang pagbasa o pagtuki sa atong katilingban no nga kana mamulat pod nato ang uban natong mga kauban. Ikatulo, mag-organisa no mag-organisa mo join ta sa mga mass organization sama sa Kabataan Party List Anak Bayan no nga nagduso no nga sa ato ang national democracy no og pinakaulahi no ang mosalmot sa atong masang pakibisog no lain-laing dagway man kini no importante ang pagpakita no sa atong hiniusang kusog nakitang tanan naghayusa sa usa ka tumong so
no tinuod jud no kanang collective action kay mo beer jud siya og collective wins ayan na so kuan sa di ay before ta mahuman sa ato ang pagig-istorya karon ang Kabataan Party List pod kay mo dagan na pod para sa umaabot nga election karong 2025. So basin pwede nimo mahamig ang mga kabatan-unan nga mga naminaw karon nganong kinahanglan sad sila nga mobotar para sa Kabataang Party List sa umaabot nga pinilaay.
So kanano dako kaayo ang significance nganong kailangan mobotar ang mga kabatan-unang estudyante sa umaabot nga eleksyon. Syempre isip kabatan-unang estudyante na atas sa crossroads. No? Doatay duha ka pilianan. Una, nga kanang ipabilin lang nato ang nagtunhay nga sistema o ato ta sa ikaduhang option nga mubarog ta maning kamot ta nga usbon ang nagtunhay nga sistema. Og dako na kaayo kini pinaagi sa atong pagboto og pag-organisa, no? So, giawhag ang tanan ng mga kabatan-unang estudyante nga may exercise nato ang atong katungod no nga mobotar katong umaabot nga eleksyon. Og kami sa Kabataan Party List ginabitbit gihapon namo ang 10-point youth agenda. Mao kini ang una, quality and accessible education, basic services para sa tanan, pagduon pod sa mental health, national sovereignty, livable wages, no, rights, justice and peace, good governance, pag-alaga sa ato ang kalikupan sa ato environment, gender equality. No? So,
Yeah.
atong 10
Perfect.
point youth agenda. Muna atong kinabit-bit jud. Ug padayong ginabit-bit no nga agenda nga atong tan-aw isip mga kabatan-unang estudyante nga makatabang no sa atong kahimtang sa atong nasod.
Kuan jud niya na-memorize jud niya ang 10-point agenda nila para sa ilhang bitbiton nga kampanya para sa umaabot nga pinili ay. Pero basin pwede po nato mapaila-ila kinsa ang ato ang mga representatives di ay kay di ba naman ay at least 3 representatives nga makalingkod sa Kongreso sa House Rep, di ba?
True. So, atong top 3 nominees, no? Kaning nominees depende siya sa number of votes nga makuha sa kabataan. So, pwede siya makasecure og 1 seat, 2 seats, 3 seats, no? So, atong top 3 nominees, ang atong first nominee is Sir Attorney Rene Co. No, usa siya ka abogado recently lang ni nakabasar no og usa pud siya ka kanhing student regent no sa UP system. Syempre nanguna pud siya no sa pag duso sa katungod sa mga kabatanon ng estudyante. Atong second nominee kay si Paulo A. Chavez, usa siya ka agriculturist no, top notch nga agriculturist og kanang advocate pod no sa food security no. Gani kuyog pod na nako si Paulo Chavez sa mga basic masses integration nato sa atong farmers communities no diri sa Aluginsan, Toledo nga dako pod siya natabang didto sa mga farm plan no nga ilang buhaton. Og ikatulo, si JPEG no nga pinaka-nanguna nga nagduso sa rights, justice and peace.
Ayan no. Kuan sa di ay nahibawan pod nako nga si Jose Paulo Chavez kay summa cum laude pod na siya nga graduate. Imagine ing anak ka banggiita ng ato ang mga nominees. So mga kauban no, importante kayo nga sa since hapit naman sa jud ang atong pinili ay no. Importante pod nga ato ang i-inform sa ato mga kauban nga nung kinahanglan ta mo butar, nga nung kinahanglan pod ta mo butar sa kabataan party list o gali nga nung importante pod nga exercise pod nato ang atong right for suffrage no. Ayan lang, siguro mauna pod to ang ato ang closing sa atong discussion. So isip panapos no atong hinumduman nga ang tinuod nga demokrasya dili lang usa ka pulong apan usa ka responsibilidad ug paningkamot sa tanang katawhan. Ilabi na sa kabatan-unan nga adunay dakong papel sa pagpadayon og pagpalig-on sa kagawasan sa ato ang nasod. Kini ang inyong programa, Demokrasya Gyud Ba? Daghang salamat sa inyong pagpaminaw ug padayon kita sa paglambo para sa atong katilingban.
Ang batbat, kini ang batbat, kini ang batbat. Handumanan sa kagahapon, kagawasan gilubong. Mga tingog ipahilom, mga damgo giwagtang. Apan ang kamatuuran dili gyud natong mapungang bisan unsa ka kangipit adunay ka hayag nga mo tumaw sa mga sugilanon kahapon ipadayon kita sa pagbangon ang kasakit sa kagahapon pagdala og hustisya sa kadugayon. Kini ang batbat, kini ang batbat, kini ang batbat.
gusto na mupuhi ning akong kamot. Anong di na ako mabuhat sa pagkakaroon. Pasing kining kasing-kasing nagpaabot sa panahon na mahilom ang bawat ninatong suliran. Ang akong pagpabilin, akong pagpadayag, ning akong gugma, andang buhaton tanan alang kanimo. Ug akong pangamuyo na hangtod sa hangtod ang panag-uban, ug ugma ka natong duha. Untag madunggan, untag masulbad ni natong duha. Kung ang higayon dili mo uyon sa atong karon, pwedahon lang gihapon kong magpaabot sa panahon na ang imong gisampit ako lang gihapon. Ang akong pagpabilin, akong pagpadayag, ning akong guma, andang buhaton tanan alang kanimo. Ug akong pangamuyo na hangtod sa hangtod ang panag-uban, ug ugma ka natong duha. Untag madunggan, untag masulbad natong duha. Tanawang akong mga mata, tingnan ko nga dili ka mubiya. Paminawang sunod sa kong dughan, palihog ato ding ayun tanan. Ang akong pangamuyo na hangtod sa hangtod ang panag-uban, ug ugma ka natong duha. Untag madunggan, untag masulbad ning atong duha. Sa paglabay sa panahon, naghinay-hinay na upuhi ang imong kamot.
This is 98.9 DYUP Sugbo, the official campus radio of the University of the Philippines, Cebu. DYUP Sugbo operates 4 hours daily and is streamed online on DYUP Sugbo, our official Facebook page, and on DYUP Sugbo UP Cebu's YouTube. Our radio booth is located in the radio room of the College of Communication, Arts and Design's undergraduate building at the University of the Philippines, Cebu, Gorordo Avenue, Lahug, Cebu City. DYUP Sugbo is operated and maintained under the management of Mila Marie Legahit, DYUP Station Manager, along with Bianca Marie Cabrera, Assistant Station Manager. DYUP Sugbo is technically managed by DYUP's Technical Committee under the supervision of Taina Rubinos, the technical head. DYUP Sugbo's programs are produced and curated by the Programming Committee under the supervision of Daisy Rosos, the programming head. DYUP Sugbo's official Facebook page, Instagram, and Twitter accounts are run by the Publicity Committee under Gillian Marie Dayan, DYUP's publicity head. DYUP Sugbo's records and documents are managed by Julia Marie Kilantang, DYUP's secretary. DYUP Sugbo's executive committee, technical committee, programming committee, and publicity committee are under the supervision of Sir Maurice Chiti Villa Esther, DYUP's advisor. DYUP Sugbo 98.9 Kauban Nimo is now signing off.
Here we go, there's no stopping now. Can you hear the beat blasted out? Tune in here for a great surprise. Ride the airwaves and come realize.
There's a lot to learn and much to see. Come be updated here in UPC. Turn your radio on and find your way. DYUP's here to save the day.
DYUP, Kauban Nimo. You will never be alone. Bringing you the hottest, latest in the zone. DYUP, Kauban Nimo. DYUP, Kauban Nimo. You will never be alone. Bringing you the hottest, latest in the zone. DYUP, Kauban Nimo.
In the world's heavy, don't give up. Raise your voice, find tune, it's time. Yes, we hear you, you are not alone. Radio's not dead, yes, we are on.
DYUP Kauban Nimo.
Bisan asa man kamo adto, music o balita nga bago.
Adi akini paras imo, maski ikaw lang usa.
Daghan o bisag asa.
DYUP di kabyaan, andam kang pagsilbihan.
There's a lot to learn and much to see. Come be updated here in UPC. Turn your radio on and find your way. DYUP's here to save the day.
DYUP, Kauban Nimo. You will never be alone. Bringing you the hottest, latest in the zone. DYUP,
DYUP, kauban mo. You will never be alone. Bringing you the hottest, latest in the zone. DYUP, kauban mo.
Kauban mo.
Kauban mo. Kauban mo. DYUP, kauban mo.
ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang mag-ibig, helos ng sinakanan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyag ka ng magiting, sa mandulupin, di ka pasisingil, sa nagagang tutok sa simoy at sa langit mong pagaw, ay hinatang tulad, awit sa pagkayang minamahal, ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nag-iindig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pang ay di magtitingin. Lumalang araw ng walhaging pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang inigaya ng pagkay mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
This is 98.9 DYUP Sugbo, the official campus radio of the University of the Philippines, Cebu. DYUP Sugbo operates 3 hours and 30 minutes daily and is streamed online on DYUP Sugbo, our official Facebook page, and on DYUP Sugbo, UP Cebu's YouTube channel. Our radio booth is located in the radio room of the College of Communication, Art and Science undergraduate building at the University of the Philippines, Cebu, Burardo Avenue, Laho, Cebu City. DYUP Sugbo is operated and maintained under the management of Gwyneth Antina, Station Manager, along with Gabriel Emmanuel Sulamo, Assistant Internal Station Manager, and Rain Isabel Pinizarta, Assistant External Station Manager. DYUP Sugbo is technically managed by its technical committee under the supervision of Caleb George Merandoy and Yada Marie Lambuho. The technical heads, DYUP Sugbo's programs are produced and curated by the programming committee under the supervision of Franz Pauline Aberilla and Jared Owen Eagle, the programming heads. DYUP Sugbo's official Facebook, Instagram, X, TikTok, YouTube, and Spotify accounts are run by the Publicity Committee under Steffi Erika Gakit and Stephen Cuevas, the publicity heads. DYUP Sugbo's records and documents are managed by Patricia Llagas, Secretary, DYUP Sugbo's Executive Committee, Technical Committee, Programming Committee, and Publicity Committee are under the supervision of Sir Maurice Chete Villaester, DYUP's advisor. DYUP Sugbo 98.9 Kaoban Nimo is now signing off.